Can you hear me? It wasn't. Oh my God, hang on, let me mute it. That wasn't muted. It wasn't some crazy reverse psychology marketing. I'm absolutely shafted. That's why I couldn't even get that sorted out. But it is Saturday. It is Saturday, right? Let's have a look. Just about still. I haven't even sent out that this is live on social media. No, I'm not sure I get many viewers from Getter. I still do it though. Ritual, I call it. Right, that's the one though. X. Because on X, I've been getting loads of follows by really beautiful women who have never posted anything. So that's helpful. They're probably here, no doubt. Keeping things going. There you go. There's that. Close that. Excuse me, people. Right, this might be quite a long stream. It's 10 to midnight. I've got an headache. If it goes migraine, I'll just say bye. But that shouldn't happen because this is going to be quite a relaxer. Well, I hope it will be quite a relaxer. But it's a call-in, so anything can happen. If people don't want to call in or can't, no problem. I can maintain the stream myself. I've done it before. I'm a little bit low, though. That's a bit better. Now, the light isn't fully on me, obviously, because of the aforementioned headache. Hello, Mr. Fused. Thanks for your donation on the... Where's that? Where's that gone? There must be a simple way of doing it. Has it appeared? Yeah. John and someone else, actually. Let me find that. I was just talking to Mumford, actually. He told me about a time when a $10 million contract arrived through his letterbox from an American music producer and sort of AR man called Gary Katz. Has worked with Diana Ross, Prince, Dire Straits, a few other well-known acts. And this big old contract, he had a band with a couple of mates years and years ago, and they sent it off and they thought that would be the end of it, sending off tapes. That's how long ago it was. And the geezer loved it so much, just sent out contracts to the 3 members of the band. But when they found out that it was actually just the singer he had an amazing voice, this lad, Guppy, his name was, incredible drummer, bass player, pianist, one of those, like Mumford, but Mumford would probably call him a step up from Paul, but he hasn't got the theory. But that doesn't make him a better or worse musician. It just makes him different. But so Guppy went out to LA or wherever it was, picked up at the airport in a limo, driven to the hotel. In the hotel room, starving, hungry, didn't know what to do, rung up Gary Katz. Said, I'm here, mate, but I'm so hungry, I don't know what to do. And Gary Katz is like, man, just ring up room service, get whatever you want, get some champagne, this is it, it's happening. Just get on with it, I'll see you later. When Mumford, before Guppy had went out to America, Mumford got that contract, he rung him up. And this bloke's gone, hey, who's this? Paul's gone, it's Paul Mumford. He went, hey, man, this is Gary Katz. How you getting on over there in the great United Kingdom? Is that all right? And Paul's just like really nervous, just want to get off the phone. Like, and he was like, well, what we got to do, we got to get you guys out here. And we got to record some tracks and, make it happen. You know what I mean? Maybe do a couple of lines, have a night out. Allegedly. I'm not suggesting Gary Katz suggested that Mumford and him should do a few lines. But like I say, it turned out they just wanted Guppy. And that's understandable, There's plenty of people out in America who can play the guitar parts that Paul was playing on these songs, and as the same with the bass player. So why would you need those? And it was Guppy's project. But he sort of was there, and there's a long story of narcissism behind this, which I won't go into because it was speculation and conjecture. Me and Paul talking about Guppy's personality. Lovely bloke though, funny as fuck, and as twisted and mad as the rest of us. But in the end, he fucked off home. He couldn't hack it, didn't want it. That's what it is. When I say couldn't hack it, you know, I say that about a lot of people. You know, oh, he got so far, but he couldn't hack it or he couldn't take it. But what it usually is didn't want it. Like with household, most of you, probably all of you, there's only 47 here at the moment. Most of you have heard of household, and you know, we were signed, and being signed isn't one person. You need management, you need a record label, you need management, a record label and publishing. You know, it's quite the affair. And we had all that. We had Alex James from Blur agreed to produce the first sort of, it would have been a small EP, I imagine. New Shoes was going to be the single, and this was around the time of like Coldplay and all that lot, and you know, New Shoes were fitting nicely there. But you know, there's many stories I've told you that I was late for gigs because I was smoking crack in train toilets and all that. And I was late for gigs because of that. But why was I doing that and not getting to the gigs? Because I didn't really want it. I didn't really want to do it. You know, we were already in the days we're in now with the sort of the cultural democracy that technology has given us. It's quite weird, actually, quite interesting. If you think about it, you've only got to go back. So let's go back. How old were we? I was about 30, right? That was old. Me and Mumford knew that we were old. 30 to be in a band back in those days. It's all right to be old in a band if the band's been going years and you were young when you started. But we knew that, you know, we had to get this thing moving quickly because, you know, 33, 34. It's But nowadays, like, this is why I'm going to record some tracks with Paul, because nowadays you don't even need a band. It's not necessary. You just need the music. Now, you can argue that has had other negative effects on music. You know, it's never always, technology is never always positive because it's just a tool. And, you know, humans will use that tool in different ways. And sometimes some things benefit and sometimes other things benefit. And, but now we can just record a few songs, and if they're good enough quality, and by that, this is what, like, writing at the moment's like. It's very different though, because it's always been a one-man show really. But if me and Mumford release like this 6 or 7 track EP we're looking at releasing, we just put it on Spotify. People listen to it and like it. They tell their friends. They download it from Spotify or listen to it from Spotify. That's what it is. It's mad that a world of AI, a world of internet communications, but still to this day, you want people to tell people. There's no better marketing than quality. It's very strange. There's still an element, a very strong element of meritocracy. Now, is that made easier? Is that made easier if you've got a multi-million-dollar marketing arrangement behind you? Yes, of course it is, because you can get that music and that brand. Or what do these represent? You know, what do I want to identify with these? This is why teenagers wear band t-shirts. I've got my Megadeth t-shirt. I like Megadeth. I'm into things like death and mutilation and grrr. And it's an identification thing. And, you know, when you're scrambling to find out who you are as a teenager, a t-shirt with a band on it, you know, you introduce yourself. You walk into a boozer with a Doors t-shirt on, you're saying something very different than walking into a t-shirt with a Madonna t-shirt on. And that's what brand identity with music is all about. You know, it's interesting. All those shattered dreams of childhood, thinking that, you know, I used to love the Doors. I used to love Jim Morrison. And I really believed in it. You know, I was 17. I knew everything. I knew more than everyone else. And, you know, there's those kind of rites of passage moments where you realize, you know, as much as they played this game, you know, and the myth making since then, all the books, no one here gets out alive. Oh, Jim Morrison done this, Jim Morrison done that. Oh, this happened. He was a poet. Oh, and of course he died, which always helps if you're a rock star. But the truth is, he spent a lot of time signing forms and sitting in rehearsal rooms. You know, like I find it especially funny with gangster rap and all that sort of stuff, where they give it all that what they're doing, and you know, they're musicians. They have to organise things and make telephone calls and have personal assistants help them arrange their schedule, and they're just blokes. It's very interesting. And speaking about just blokes who are very interesting, I'll do a bit of that. Yeah, boy.
Hello.
I'm surprised to see it because this is the mega stream. I might go for a few hours.
All right. My missus was asleep, so I didn't know. I was doing something else.
I'll tell you what, if you want, at some point, send me your email and then I'll be able to write direct to you. I have got it, but I don't know how to find it because when I search Packer, I just find all the ones I've sent to her. Well, not all of them. Know what I mean? Right, are you still on the licorice papers?
No. I just couldn't find these last night.
Okay.
Is everybody all right?
I used to love licking those licorice papers. That's where you get the taste, isn't it? It's not from smoking it, it's just licking it.
Well, they're not actually licorice, but I know you meant I was on different papers last night. They're not actually licorice, they're just really thin.
I always thought you were on. Oh, I don't know where I got that.
No. So, I did used to smoke some funny looking cigarettes, but that was a while back.
More menthols, those long.
Yeah, they did that. They were like a little cigarello thing with a menthol crushing because they were a cigarello. They weren't a cigarette. You could still get away with having a menthol in them.
The crushing thing, not the more menthol. It was just pure polos. Now, I used to smoke them at school so that they didn't smell your breath. I didn't smoke at school. I hated smoking at school. Well, I hated smoking and I was at school. I didn't have a dislike to cigarettes at school, if you know. Anyway, a couple of mates of mine done their English GCSE on acid and done very well, remarkably. But it was funny, just keep looking at them, and you know, everyone else was sort of writing away, and they were just holding their pencils and things going. I was thinking, of all the times to drop a blotter half an hour before your English GCSE, now of course I see it as a heroic move and an element of the warrior class that the Anglo-Saxon is showing itself. But at the time, I just thought, come on, man, you could have done it 30 minutes after, you know. But that was their way of getting through it. How are you, Packer? How's your day been? You're muted.
My day's been all right. I've been sat in front of the internet all day.
And what kind of stuff have you been watching on the internet all day, like me and everyone else in the chat?
Yeah, salty tears.
Yeah, I've kind of got obsessed with Asmongold because he's got an absolute racket on the go, and bless him for it. I'm inspired by it more than anything. He does reactions to other people's reactions, but he's not reacting to them. He does occasionally, but he's reacting to the content that they've spent 5 hours compiling. So look, I'll give you an example. So if there's loads of TikTok videos, right, for instance, a real one, squatters, like there's a real problem with Airbnb. Now I know there's a few other problems with Airbnb from other angles, like people are doing build to let and they're specifically for Airbnb, but they're cheap as you can imagine how cheap they are. And I can get into one of those, and any lockpicker worth their salt can get into those properties with no tools as well. You'd be able to find something within a 10-meter radius within about 20 seconds. They're so cheap. They're so cheaply built. The security it's got a lock on the door and that, but if you know a couple of very simple tricks, you can, and you're in. So that's a problem. But also because it's Airbnb, people are coming and they're having parties and they're smashing the place to pieces, and all the neighbours who aren't Airbnb are kind of like, nah, this isn't happening. And they're but a lot of other people are renting and then just not leaving. And so they're just staying there. And then you've got problems because they've got rights and things like that. And so some geezer, some big YouTuber as well, he's not some obscure bloke, sort of compiled a load of clips of this one particular woman who spent her life doing this. She gets short-term lets before Airbnb, but Airbnb obviously facilitated her con. She gets short-term lets and then just refuses to leave. But she's got something sort of wrong with her, because she doesn't think she's doing anything wrong, but not in the way where she's like, I'm not doing anything wrong, I live on the street. No, she just sort of walks around the house and sort of thinks everything's fine. And they're like, you've got to go. This is our house. And she's like, I'm going to have a cup of tea now. Really weird. So, but what Asmongold does is reacts to that video that someone else has compiled all the content, and he's got millions of subscribers. He hardly says anything. So I've been watching a lot of that, and I'm trying not to, but because of the way YouTube works, when I open YouTube now, I'm getting 6 Asmongold videos like racked up. And like I watched one today where he was talking about Twitch is over. Like, there's a new game that come out. Now, this might have been a year or 2 years ago, but when he joins it, people know it's him and they just kill him. Like, they all gang up on him and kill him. And he can't play it. He cannot play it. And he's like, right, I'll try again. So he tries again and he thinks, if I just sort of run off somewhere, but they know it's him. And they immediately all just attack him and cut him, and he can't play it. And because of the size of, he could talk to the man. I don't know anything about modern gaming people, so it's all weird to me. I don't, what people in the chat, can you help me out here? And Packer, of course, what's farming? He keeps saying, she might just be farming. I think it's trying to get subs, maybe farming.
I don't know what that is.
No, I've never heard of it. Well, look, let's say we got 67. Let's say some hellos. Hello, JP. Great talking to you yesterday, mate. Hello,
going back to that story you was on about a minute ago. I saw one of them. It was a bloke's neighbour, and he was filming it, and he had one of them Airbnb houses on his land that people hadn't moved out of. They were squatting in. I think it was what you're on about, because when he went in with a digger while they were out, and he just tore the house down.
Well, this one, the geezer, the weird thing is, so you've got Asmongold reacting to another big YouTuber who's reacting to footage from another big YouTuber. It's sort of like it's gone, and I was thinking of if I show you it now,
we'll be reacting to that.
That's 4 orders of they put all the work in, but anyway. But he's playing music really loud. He's playing air horns. But he's making her life hell. But he's making his life hell as well. And it's weird, I don't know why the police can't come around. I think there's some laws. This is in America as well. Maybe there's laws in certain Democrat states, I'd assume, that you can't put someone on the street. Maybe. I think there used to be something like that in England. The local council can't be party to making someone homeless if they've been invited into a property. But they weren't invited forever. But she comes out and she's like, "Can you turn the music down? It's a little bit loud." And he's like, "Yeah, no, I like it that loud." She's like, "Okay." And she just goes back into her room. Anyway, some hellos. John Fused. Wolf is on the firm. Lartus is in. Lartus, I still haven't read your story, mate. I've got about 300 emails. The old week has just, because of the misses and that. I will do, though. I really will do. And it's some kind of gonzo, is it? You've taken a new angle or something. So I am interested in it. And please don't think it's me not giving a shit about your work. Far from it. But I just haven't had time. And, but I will do. Who else is in? They were all in early. Hello, Henry. Hello, Charlie. Johnny's in. Nice. Who else going in? Craigie boy. Glorious scenes of wonderful Saturday mega screen scrubbage. Well, I might be here for some time. I mean, it's always grift dependent, really. I'll do 2 hours, but after that, it's is it going to feed me next week or not? Who else we got in here? John B. Hello, John. Nice to see you. Basil's on the firm. And steady. I haven't seen the old brackets for ages. Amazing. Nice to see you. Hello, Baz. Baz says hello. I just come from Adrian Curry's stream. What a mad lassie. Don't know her. I haven't got a clue. Not a Danny. But maybe I'll have a look. Fitzy Kaza. Nice to see you. Become a regular over here. Good to see you, son. Ian Garrett. Incredible. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Floella's on the firm. Did you get your video, Floella? The first daylight video? Yeah. I better open that, actually, just in case. Nice to say thank you at the time, as always. I'll tell you what, Denise Meniz left a comment on I Am Bum, and it was a lovely comment. And he said, I can't remember exactly, but it was something like, I enjoyed that, and I felt sad for the bum at the end. And that's a lovely comment, because really that's what I was trying to do. I was thinking, I lost a few followers from the subscribers from that story. It made me think, actually, like, if they're subscribed to me, they've probably read a few of my stories and liked them. And I wonder whether they were just offended or they just thought, this is rubbish. He's not a very good writer. But if they've subscribed, they'd already thought that I was at some point. Or maybe they just had enough. Maybe they were sort of on the cusp anyway and thought, I'll give them a chance. And when I Am Bum appeared, they were like, I'm not a bum and I'm out of here. You played the game, didn't you? Hello, Alan. Old man, I certainly am feeling it. Hope you're well. There you go. Always in. Nice one. Who else am I say? Oh, mate, the things. Actually, I'm going to send in the invite. I've talked to him earlier. We'll see if we can get him on. It is a call-in, but obviously I'll waste a load of time at the start and talking about nothing. Let me just send the iconoclast I sent the link to, but he's busy tonight. I've sent it to Hugh. It's a real long shot that he'll even read it, but he might have a few tinnies and pop up at some point, which would be lovely, of course. Let me just send this over to Mumford and write him a little message.
Hello, Rags.
Hello, Rags. Rags. Not always good to know Rags is here. Should I fall asleep, I'll get a phone call, which is always handy. I don't want to continually go on about your operation. I'm sure you're happy. I'm sure you just want to put it behind you now. But I'm just imagining, because my mate had it done. He was a different man afterwards, because he was riding his push bike around Bury St Edmunds. So I hope you're up and about and enjoying things, Alan. It made a real difference to his life. So I would assume it has yours. Baz, it is a miracle. I mean, we've fallen out. For, I think we didn't talk. The longest was about 4 years. I think that was after Household. But there's been a couple of years falling out since then. And not after mad arguments. We don't, hey, fucker, yeah, I've had enough of you. Or we've been out and something's happened. It can just be one word or something, or a certain response to something. And we both sort of think, yeah, it's getting a bit shitty between us, and then we just don't talk to each other for a long time. But as we've got older, we've got better at dealing with it, and so Health Freedom UK, not a Dr. Robert, says, good job you weren't 27. Yeah, I don't want to join that club. Who's that? Morrison, Hendricks, Amy, whatever her name was, Janis Joplin.
Janis Joplin.
Is she? Really?
Oh, one of the birds. Who was that? Who sung Big Yellow Taxi?
Jola Taxi.
No, Big Yellow Taxi. Big Yellow Cab, whatever. Big Yellow Took Away My Old Man.
I don't even know the song. But it is a club, isn't it? Fat's on the firm. Look at that. Long time no see. Yo, Fat. Rusty.
Joni Mitchell.
Joni Mitchell. Was she in the 27 club?
I think so.
Anyway, thank you for reminding me, Health Freedom, not a doctor. Are you new here? If you are, everyone will say hello to you. So let me know. I don't recognise the name, but most of the rest of us sort of know each other because we've been doing this for years. I'll just let you know that, because it might be a bit weird sometimes when you're thinking, what the fuck are they talking about? Although, having said that, this is pretty much the stream. This is it. Most roads end up talking about crack or something, or whores. But we try and get some use and value. So Damon also sent me a lovely donation on. Let's get the grift out of the way, shall we? At the bottom of the YouTube comments, you can do a super chat. At the top of the YouTube comments, there's an entropy. But if you scan your camera phone over the QR code that Packer is indicating there very kindly, it will give you a link. And that one, not only do they take the least amount of their cut out of all the options, you get a personalized video reply. And I'll tell you what, money can't buy that. It can. It does. I'd like you to spend money on that. Okay. Who else have we got in? Did I say hello to you, Wolfie? Well, two's all right. Packer's on the firm. Hello, mate. You all right? Right. Let's not waste any more time, because Lartus is here, and I know he's only here for the call-in.
He said Hendrix. Did you not say Hendrix?
I don't think I did say Hendrix. The link to come in is there. We'll do one at a time for the start, but like I said, I might do. I mean, it's gone midnight here, but I might do 4 hours. So
I was going to say Paul McCartney. That's a conspiracy theory, isn't it? That he got replaced.
The two Pauls, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Another. Someone who told me about that. There's another one. I think it's Tall Luke. And there's another, or it might be Short Luke. I'm sure someone in the chat will know. But Mark Hamill, woke as fuck idiot on X, who I think said he's leaving X, who played Luke Skywalker. I think the meme is Tall Luke. And apparently in some shots, they've sort of, the 4chan weaponized. Hello, mate. The 4chan weaponized autists have sort of triangulated it, and one Luke is like 2 inches smaller than some of the other Lukes. It's something like that. Yeah, I'm sure someone in the chat will know. Tall Luke or Short Luke. I love that sort of shit. I don't know why. It just does it for me. Hello, Al. Embrace the technologies. Just make music of value with it. That's it. But my point, thank you, Al, for reminding me about that. But the point is You know, at 30 years old, we were struggling to make it because they wanted to put us on stage as a band and, you know, and attract young girls. And it gets a little bit creepy over 30, doesn't it? You know, and they'd have had to put makeup on us and probably asked me to get an hair transplant and all that sort of luck. But nowadays, if I record 7 great songs with Paul, which I think I will, I've been working on them for a while, and there's a cover in there, you can just put them on Spotify, and if they're quality, they'll make their way around the world. So there you go. That'll be interesting. Let's hope it will. Alan likes a bit of Iron Maiden. You still listen to Iron Maiden? I've never liked them. I never liked metal. You know, there's very few musics I don't listen to. I mean, I really like what is it? Babymetal's song, "Gimme Chocolate." Should we play a bit of it? It will mean that I will get yeeted, but I'll play a bit of it because it's for me. It just says so much about the culture that made it. It requires repeating. I've played it on the channel loads of times. You know, we're back round to that part of the cycle of this channel. Now I'm going to have to play the adverts, and then I'm going to put it right in the middle of the track because otherwise... Right, I'm taking a bit of a risk here, people. This is what happens. If they do a content match, and this is probably BMG, one of the big music companies, they'll content match me probably within about 12 seconds. If they do, the screen will go black and it will say a copyright content match as blah, 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 blah. But in 3 minutes, the stream just carries on. I'll sit here for 3 minutes, like, I don't know, look at my phone or something, and then it comes back. But I do want to play a little bit of Babymetal. They're a Japanese band. I don't think people who like metal like them, to be honest with you. But weirdly, the musicians in the band are fucking Vart. That's an amazing... Oh, the grift is open. So let's check out a little bit of Babymetal. I'd only do about 10, 15 seconds. I'll push it, I know it. So I might see you in 3 minutes. I might see you in 15 seconds. Let's do it again, but with the audio, because if we're playing music, that would make more sense. Here we go. So I've started it into the music. Actually, it's the intro that's the best bit. Ah, fuck it. I'm just gonna risk it, people. Okay, so I might see you in 3 minutes. This is Babymetal with "Gimme Chocolate." There you go. That's what happens when you take heavy metal to Japan. But that ain't a backing track. That's a live band. And that was absolutely solid music. I mean, what are you going to do, eh? What are you going to do? Southeast is on the firm. There you go. He's talking about something. A load of money for nothing. Almac says, Dangerfield, Jim Morrison was just a pop singer. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, you know, at 16 years old, I sought to emulate his character because I thought he was a lot more than that. You know, bottle of whiskey in the side pocket of my army trousers, half pissed, walking around like, being a bastard to the girls because it worked. It seemed to work. And as you get a bit older, you just realise that it's just pop music, and it is though. Al, I know why you're saying that because I call other people out for that. But the Doors are just pop music, And even then, it makes me cringe now. But I'd be, like teenagers do, arguing about what band's better, and I'd be like, John Densmore was a jazz trained drummer. He's a jazz drummer, and well, maybe he was, but he wasn't in the Doors. He just played the drums for a rock band. My brother used to say to me, Annie Lennox was classically trained. And I was like, well, she failed there then, didn't she? Because she's in a pop group called Eurythmics. So and it kind of hurts when you realise that these heroes are it's an industry, and then you can't listen to it for years. But then you go for a second stage of maturing where you go back to them. And now I'll put the Odd Doors song on and sing along with it, still know all the words. And, it's lovely. Arlo dropped 15 quid. Can only lurk, folks. But if it's a proper long one, I might be able to jump on later. It may well be Arlo. It's just... it will be headache determined, really, and energy. I mean, I'm shafted, but I didn't want to just waste my Saturday evening watching movies like I always do. Much appreciated for that, Arlo. Hope you're well. I'm trying to work out why it's lurking only. I wonder what you're doing. And what do you reckon Arlo's up to, Packer? Oh, there you go. That's the mistake I made.
He'd be whining and dining some lady, no doubt.
Arlo?
Yeah. Or getting ready to.
Do you reckon he's on the first hole? Oh, sorry, I thought you meant he plays golf, doesn't he? It was Martus who uses the licorice papers. He has to buy them in bulk from Greece because they don't sell them there. Good Lord. What happened? I bet when you run out, you're proper pissed as well, aren't you? Well, not proper pissed because you're always proper pissed, but I mean like annoyed. Because it's so much ritual around any kind of, compulsive use and consumption of anything. I'll stick that invite in the chat again. It looks like it's me and you, Packer. Sophist, why don't you come in? I want to talk to you about fighting. Come on, mate. I know you've been up for 3 weeks on the powder. Craig says, I thought the same about Packer and the licorice papers. Well, there you go. I'm not the only one. JP done his GCSEs on speed. Did you do very well, John? I mean, what are the kids using these days? What is that drug? I've never had it. They use it to cram, don't they? They do no work all semester. Adderall or Adderall? Anyone in the chat had Adderall? It's like a mild stimulant. Let's find out what Adderall is, shall we? I imagine Adderall's a business name, a brand name. It doesn't sound like a drug name, does it? Adderall, the study drug. Here, we've got a little video. We'll find out a little bit about Adderall. Oh, adverts. Thing is, I can't get rid of the adverts unless I put my Mongolian VPN on. If I put my Mongolian VPN on, it slows everything down. But we're nearly there. Right, skip ad. Right, this looks like 10 million subscribers and they're putting out content like this. Good Lord, I'm doing something wrong here. Oh, someone told me to... Oh, hang on, I'll get onto that in a minute. I won't. I've got to stop weaving so much. Here we go, your brain on Adderall. If anyone in the chat has actually experienced it, it's something I've never bothered with.
Adderall is the brand name for a mixture of amphetamine salts that was developed for treatment of attention deficit.
I don't know why. Oh, look at that. There you go. It was made to treat kids who've got absolutely nothing wrong with them. When you've got a very curious and excited kid, what do? Give them some speed. These people need to be paraded around the town square with a fucking placard hung around their neck. explaining that they promoted the use of amphetamines to cause young male, mainly child's brains to shut down by overloading them with stimulus. It's so dirty. Cheeky bastards. I despise them.
Deficit hyperactivity disorder, aka ADHD. Since 2007, prescriptions have doubled in the US.
AKA normal child just growing up who happens to be a bit more curious than the others.
And even those who don't have a prescription are using. An estimated 30% of university students use Adderall at some point as a study enhancer.
Whoa, 30% of uni students are on the sulf for I mean, look at that picture, sweating and licking the lips. I mean, they're pretty on it with that. I mean, you bite your lips off. Wow, 30% of uni student. It's not sulf, obviously, but Rag said Tom Cruise done a video about it. What? Well, I have to say it's a weird one because the old Scientologists are very they kind of align in certain respects with my angle on mental health, but their solutions don't align with mine.
What happens to your brain on Adderall? Adderall is a combination of amphetamine salts and therefore is, a close relative of methamphetamine, commonly known as meth. When Adderall is injected...
Nah, that's a logical fallacy. What's that? Muddy in the water, or what is it? Dirty in the well, or something? It's a bit like methamphetamine. Well, methamphetamine is a bit like Adderall, but you wouldn't say that, would you? Yeah, I don't know about that. That's a bit cheeky.
It takes effect on the brain within an hour of use. Adderall affects neuroreceptors in the central
not if you stick it in a spike, it don't.
nervous system, increasing the effect of serotonin and dopamine. In patients with ADHD, genetic studies have indicated that these individuals may have dysfunctional dopamine release. Because of the lack of dopamine, it is theorized that the brain is constantly seeking out stimulants, resulting in the distractibility commonly seen in ADHD patients.
It's so blatantly transparent. Oh no, there's something wrong with them. That's why they're really eager to learn and do things. We need to kick these into line. Look at all the other kids sitting there doing what they're told. You horrible bastards. You really are scum.
The dopamine and serotonin released by Adderall overcomes this deficit in ADHD patients, causing increased focus and making you feel less distracted.
No way. So it's a combination of like a sulfate, amphetamine and a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Wow. Look what they say it does. It increases your focus and lowers your distraction.
I like the sound of it.
I would suggest that you shouldn't be giving that to children. That would be my first thought. Certainly while their brains are still forming.
Yeah.
And you're gonna change their dopamine and serotonin regulating systems for life. What? Because they don't want to sit there doing 1,000 math sums. Usually because they already understand it when you told them once. I know I get shitty about it, but that was my experience.
What you should be doing is feeding them plenty of fat and cholesterol to help their brain form properly and all the connections form properly, because that's what their brain is made of.
Now, Packer, you should say that you're not a doctor, and in your opinion, because
in my opinion, I'm not a doctor in Minecraft, allegedly.
Yeah, because if someone were to go and do that and their child die, we live in a very litigious environment. So yeah, I'm just helping you out, son.
Fair point.
Adderall also causes the release of norepinephrine, which activates the sympathetic nervous system, initiating your fight or flight response. This results in your body moving.
It's amazing because they're trying to put you off it, and they're trying to show you that as for a study drug, it's really bad. I mean, look at it. It engages with your sympathetic nervous system. It engages with your serotonin regulator. It fucks around with your dopamine regulators. It puts you in a fight or flight. And it's not just fight or flight, by the way. That's old news. It's fight, flight, or freeze. So, it's no, you shouldn't be doing this to study, but it's all right for a 4-year-old who happens to keep pulling the girl's hair.
Blood and energy towards the major organs and away from your limbs and digestion, which essentially increases alertness. But in non-ADHD users, can it help you get better grades? To investigate this, researchers had 32.
That's what an incredible spin this is. In non-ADHD users, can this help you study? Well, hang on. Nah, man, you're tripping over your own ridiculous contradictions. This is double speak if ever I've seen it.
2 people without ADHD performed 4 cognitive tests. In one instance, they were given 10 milligrams of Adderall and was told it was Adderall. In the second, they were given a placebo, but was told it was Adderall. In the third round, they were given 10 milligrams of Adderall, but was told it was a placebo. And finally, they were given a placebo and were indeed told it was a placebo.
When you're doing a medical test and they give you it and they say, this is a placebo, no, it isn't. That's such a terrible blind test. Why would you give me a placebo and tell me it's a placebo? There's absolutely no medical advantage to knowing that someone knowing they're on a placebo had an effect. Oh, I'm on the placebo, am I? Right. So I'm on the Adderall. Gotcha.
2 groups that did the best were those who thought they had taken Adderall, regardless of whether they had or not. In fact, the group that did the worst were those who took Adderall but was told it was placebo. This is because
not a surprise at all, because they were confused. They were like, hang on, why am I clearly on it and they're lying to me? That's amazing. And also that, do not underestimate the placebo effect, really. I've given people tablets that are nothing to do with what I've told them they are, and it done the job. I gave someone a vitamin tablet once and said that it was given to me for migraines because they had an headache. And I said, I'll tell you what, mate. I said, a normal headache, it'll be gone in about 5 minutes. He took it. It was a vitamin tablet. And he went, fuck me. He went, yeah, it's gone. Let's go. We went out drinking. He couldn't even stand up 5 minutes before.
Although some studies have found that Adderall can increase.
Although maybe he just needed some vitamins. I can't ever remember seeing him eating.
These repetitive learning tasks, it does not make a difference when it comes to most cognitive tasks or complex learning techniques like those needed for an exam.
Why did you need to do this test to lie to us when you've already said that 30% of university students are on it? There's your test. There's your results. That 30% of university students aren't on tramadol, are they? They're on Adderall. The farmer it's a comedy. It's a tragicomedy at that.
It's a
Any
much
increase
better
in studying skills may be.
Go on, mate.
It's a much better group to test, to look at, than 32 people they picked from somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they already got their results, didn't they? And and the thing about a lot of medical studies, they just keep running them until they get the results they want. That has happened countless times. You can find all this easily online. You run a test, it doesn't give you the results you want. You run it again and again and again and again and again. And then, here we go, we got it. That's the one we publish.
From the fact that the drug gives you energy and can help keep you awake for a night of studying because, as we said earlier, it is similar in chemical structure to meth. The benefits of Adderall in academic circles is still up for debate, but the long-term detrimental effects of Adderall abuse are clear. Consistent release of serotonin and dopamine causes the brain to stop producing them naturally over.
Right, so what about the 5-year-old kid you're putting it on? What about all those ADHD kids? I mean, as you keep saying, it's like methamphetamine. They're all right, are they? Because a doctor gives it to them. They're not nipping over the border and buying it in Mexico. Is that the difference?
over time. Therefore, you need to keep taking more and more Adderall to get the same effect.
Yeah, but they don't do that. They take it off those kids or just keep upping it all their lives. Yeah, lovely.
Making it highly addictive.
Okay, that's nice for your children.
Long-term users of Adderall developed an inability to feel pleasure.
Nice. That's fucking lovely. That's just great. Having your brain hardwired to, and I know this. I know that chemical inability to not. When you've had a shot, when you've smoked some crack and it's worn off, you cannot feel pleasure. You are chemically unable to feel pleasure because you've just fucking given your serotonin receptors a power shower, and now there's nothing left, and you chemically cannot feel pleasure. Thanks for that. Thanks for putting it on a generation of kids.
Without a chemical stimulant, and these effects can linger even after you stop taking Adderall. Adderall is a growing problem
for children that you keep giving it to.
So much so, the millennials have been referred to as Generation Adderall. The abuse of Adderall in our culture is following a similar pattern to the current opioid crisis.
Oh, I wonder why.
Which means, as a society, we need to put measures in place to protect people.
Thanks to sell our...
Well, maybe not give it to children, you know. It's
They
shocking.
do this over and over again, didn't they, with drugs?
Yeah.
And then go, oh, we shouldn't have given everybody that.
Yeah, thalidomide is a good example.
Yeah, well, what's that one they made a film about with that, Michael Keaton?
Yeah, that will be OxyContin or OxyContin, oxycodone, hydrocodone, all pretty much the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, we shouldn't have given everybody that. It was really bad for them.
But they knew it, and there was they got sued, didn't they? It's the Sackler family. Now there's quite a funny story. I was with a junkie. I was going to say mate, but he wasn't. But I knew he was. You can tell. You can see. He's what's the saying? If you got it, you spot it, or something. So we were on the train and we went and scored, and we were up near Savile Row, funnily enough. And the Sackler, there's a big art gallery there. I can't remember what it's called, but part of it is called the Sackler Wing. And it's sponsored by the Sackler family. And we've both gone in the toilets and we've both done up. Well, we've done all that. And the geezer's gone over. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't be dealing with all this. So I've had to go out into the main bit and I'm all sweaty and I'm on the verge of dying. And I've said to the security guard, I said, I think there's a bloke in the toilet dying. And as I've just run out of the place. I've never seen that bloke since. But it was weird that it was the Sackler building and Sackler, something like that. They made OxyContin, and check this out. I'm sure someone in the chat will know. It was so promoted. That was the thing about it. They really promoted it. They said it wasn't addictive. That's the kicker in the whole OxyContin, oxycodone, hydrocodone story. And the tests that it wasn't addictive were it was bullshit. OxyContin, you can smoke, you can boot it on a bit of foil, you can snort it, and you can inject it. To me, if it's as if they said to a lot of pharmacists, a lot of chemists, go and make heroin and put a little tablet around it, because it's pretty much a similar deal. But what's this? Does anyone in the chat remember what it is when I can't remember what they called it, but of course, like any opiate, it's a very quick tolerance. So people on OxyContin, their pain went. Like they've had back pain all their lives, and they were prescribed like 60 milligrams of OxyContin, and their back pain went. Fucking great. 6 weeks later, it's it's come back. The pain's come back, and I can't remember what they called it. I wish someone in the chat. I think it might have been called a breakthrough dose or something. or breakthrough something. It was breakthrough pain, was it, Al? Or something like that. Basically, they told all the doctors that if the user says that it stopped working, that means they've hit their breakthrough pain, and that means you've got to double their dose. Just give them twice as much. Which started the American opioid crisis, which OxyContin, very expensive. You know, there were doctors, you'd just turn up to them and say, I've got a bad back. They'd say, can you touch your toes? You'd say no. They go, all right, I'll prescribe you a month's worth of OxyContin. You'd get that next week. And that's like $300 or whatever, just silly money. And then, you know, when you run out of them, oh, I'm feeling a bit sweaty. Oh, my back and half hurts. Oh, and then it'd be like, oh, I'm blatantly withdrawing from the habit I've just been given by a doctor I thought I could trust. Go back to the doctor. Yeah, I need some more. And it was either, yeah, no problem. Have you got another 300 quid? Or, no, you're clearly withdrawing, which means you're dependent and I'm not going to support that. Hang on, you caused it though. Yeah, but unlucky. So what do? Go to the streets, buy a bag of smack. And that is what that's what the opioid crisis was, because you could get a bag of smack for a tenner rather than spend 300 quid and pop in fucking 50 pills a day. Awful, absolutely awful. The series is called... Can anyone remember what the series with Keaton in it was called? I mean, it's not great, but it's absolutely Fitzy Kaza. I've told the story.
Half wants to come in.
All right, not a problem. Here we go. I'll put the link in the. There you go, Pizzle. Lovely. What was the show's called? Rusty said, don't they call it their sales target? That's it. Nice one. Now, Dopesick. Now, people, it's not fantastic, but it's definitely worth a watch. You won't get bored. It's a series, but you know what series are like these days. You can just sit and watch them all in, you know, a matter of hours. Don't they call it their sales target? But it was so heavily promoted. Like, you know, if you can get 20 new people signed up to OxyContin, we'll send you on an holiday to a lovely hotel and all this, and madness. Pizzle.
Hi, Phil, you all right?
Pizzle, it would appear that you've spent a lot of time on your hair, certainly more than I've seen.
No, at all. No, I'm growing it. I'm growing it back to my old style. But I don't go out without a hat on at the moment. You like it, yeah?
It's coming back, is it?
Looks good.
I'm growing it back, yeah. Honestly. What?
You shaved it, didn't you?
Well, yeah. I had I did, yeah.
Did you have a midnight skag moment and just think, fuck it, I hate it?
I just I got pissed off with all the routine of it, but I want to grow it back. You figure I'm not even, honestly, Chris, before I came on, I'd not looked at it because I just wear a hat. I don't go out without a hat on at the moment. But yeah, I guess it looks all right.
Did you see the photos of my self-edged jeans I didn't even know I had?
Yeah, I did, mate. Yeah, I did, mate. Yeah, they were cool.
I was made up as well. I'll tell you what, I was absolutely made up because I lost so much weight.
Yeah,
I dug out my old nudies and they all fit me. So I suddenly had 3 new pairs of nudies.
Yeah, and so like, you wore them cuffed, didn't you, with your boots?
I've never done it before, but I thought I'll give it a go.
That's cool.
As I rolled it, I
thought,
wait a minute, if it weren't for Pizzle yesterday, I wouldn't have known anything about that. And it's weird because it's only on one side. The other side, obviously, because it's one edge of the cloth.
Yeah, it's one side, yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
What? So, and your missus didn't like it, did she not?
I when I turned up, I said, "Look, another pair of jeans fit me," and I sort of pounced around a bit, showing them my boots and that.
Yeah. Nah, rolled up cuff like that to the top of the boots. It's just cool, Chris. I mean, I know you're a stylish guy and that, but I'm telling you, that looks cool.
She was polite, but then I said, I'm getting bad vibes. I said, I don't think you like it. And she said, it's a bit gay.
Is it fuck gay?
That was what she said. And listen, Pizzle, whether it is or it isn't, she's my missus. And,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
if she wore some clothes that I didn't like, I'd probably tell her. So, you know.
No, yeah.
If it's a simple matter of not rolling my jeans up, I'll do it.
No,
but I did quite like it though, walking around because it showed off my boots and you know.
My boots. Yeah, my boots. Yeah.
Let me just do Anglo super chat. Evening, Mucker, Packer, lads, ladies, and gentlemen from Anglo. Hello, mate. Nice to see you. You got your notification. Good. What are you drinking there, Pizzle?
It's Kapaki, mate.
I don't know what that is.
It's Kapaki.
What is that? I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's just a 9% lager. It's nice, though. It is nice. You get other 9%, so then they're a bit harsh. This is quite smooth. It's quite nice. So.
Is it a rebranded Tenant Super?
Nah. Because Tenant Super's nasty.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah. They're all, you know, all those strong beers. They're all quite not very nice. I mean, I'm not saying this is nice, but it's a lot nicer than the rest of them. It's really quite smooth, if you know what I mean. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Anglo, and thank you, Arlo. So Pizzle, so you're drinking it for the alcohol, not the flavour. It's still a little bit brutal.
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a nice brand, paraffin.
Yeah. I'm not a massive drinker though. I only have like 2 cans. When I do have a drink, I have 2 cans. That's not every night. All right, a couple of nights a week or whatever. So,
Fitzy Kaza wants to know about Dopesick. Is it Netflix? I think it's definitely don't download the whole series from Pirate Bay because that's illegal. But I don't know where it was originally on. Okay, but it is on that awful site Pirate Bay in one download.
Yeah,
it's worth a watch. Entertaining, true story as well. Obviously based on a true story.
So anyway, Chris, I just wanted to come on and to say hello, and so I'm not stopping. I'm gonna go. All right?
No, not all right.
Yeah, no,
cool.
I'm gonna go.
You can do whatever you want.
I just wanted to come and say hello. No one else was coming on. I don't want to take up any more airtime.
Hang on, see, we had this yesterday. We had this yesterday with Damon, and he said his name's Damon, but it was Daryl in here. He was apologising and all that. You're not taking up any airtime. Nice to see you. You don't even have to say anything. Chill out. But if you want to go, you can. You want to stay, you can stay. Easy.
Yeah, no, I'm not apologising.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
No, but
I just wanted to come on. I just wanted to come on, say hello, and that was it. And you know, I'm glad you said something about me, even though I'd not even checked it before I came on. But it is looking okay.
It'll be because when you cut it all, it felt symbolic to me when you cut it. You know, you like your hair. I'm an image kind of guy. I like my hair, I like my clothes and all that. And they can call me gay all they want. I don't give a shit. I'm not gay. I'll play along. I'll say, yeah, I'm gay. It doesn't matter to me because I'm not gay or whatever. Don't play along. You might go a bit too far, and you'll.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, I don't give a shit if they call me gay. I like my clothes and I like my hair. So, whatever, innit?
Who's in your house shouting at you?
He's not shouting at me. It's my housemate. He's watching TV.
What did he say? Oh, he's talking to the telly, is he?
No, he can hear me saying something about this and that, and he's like, "Fuck them all, fuck them."
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Yeah.
Well, all right then, Pizzle. I mean, you haven't stopped running your hand through your barnet since you mentioned it, but you're looking very well. You have lost a little bit of weight, though. You have lost.
I tell you what, I'm not eating. I am not. I have a lot, not a little bit. I've lost a lot of weight. Yeah, I've lost a lot of weight. I'm not eating.
Why not?
But the thing is, I've got a lot of clothes that fit me a lot.
Make it look like you've eaten. That's what I've got.
They fit me. They fit me a lot better now. So yeah, I don't know. It's a quandary. So all right then. I'll get going.
Well, listen,
right.
hang on before you go. I do understand that because yesterday, I was getting quite hungry at night, and I thought, look, if you just keep it to the 2 meals a day, you've got that. They're there. They're right there. My jeans, all hanging up. And I thought,
cool.
if you start eating around midnight, and I was going to order a chicken zinger from KFC delivery. It's only like $2 delivered. Like, it's a bit tempting. I thought you're going to wait one day and those jeans ain't going to fit. So I do understand that. But not eating anything's not that good.
No, I'm losing too much weight. So.
Oh, do you remember those drinks? They're called Ensure.
Ensure, yeah, I do, yeah.
I used to be scripted those.
Every
month.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a friend of mine used to get a crate of them, like you say, and he'd sell them all. He'd sell them all. He'd get quite. I can't remember. He'd get like two quid for each one.
Yeah, easily. I used to. If people wanted them, I'd usually half a bag or something. I'd charge, and they'd be like, "Yes, sweet."
Yeah,
they're for old people who can't eat.
They are.
Yeah, but they're good. Yeah, they are good for you though, aren't they? And they're quite nice. Yeah.
Well, the vanilla one, wonderful. But when they give me some strawberry ones, it tasted just like zinc, and it was like, nah, mate. I said, I took them back.
I like the strawberry ones, to be honest. But
they are kind of made to make you put weight on, but I wouldn't say they were good for you. I wouldn't. That's my own personal opinion. I'm not a doctor.
So you must dish out the insurance.
No, I don't. But I'm aware of them
because of the old people's zone.
Yeah.
But I thought that was the point. I thought they had like everything you need sort of in them.
Yeah, they do. I'd say it's got everything they want you to have.
Okay.
I'd say they're better than nothing, but
absolutely.
Maybe. Anyway, you didn't come on to talk about your diet. Nice one, Pizzle. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Yeah. Thanks for having us on. Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Love the community. See you later. Bye now.
Let's have a P in the chat, or a pow, or a Pizzle, however you want to show the boy some love. Nice that he's grown his hair back. Hello, Woodlander. I went out of a girl size 8. Doctor Adderall on Ensure. There you go. I couldn't believe it when my key worker said, I'm going to script you Ensure. They were actually Ensure Extra or Ensure Plus. Packer, does that ring a bell? And
Ensure Plus.
Yeah, or Ensure Extra, something like that. They were like super strength for Ensure. And,
I move crates of it. That's all I do with it.
Me too. 1 a month back in the day. But when we'd all be queuing up for our methadone, and I'd get the methadone, then I'd get my crate. They'd all be going, "Fuck off! Oh, can I have one of them?" They go, "No." Well, they go, "Well, you ain't got a prescription." And I'll be going, "Da, da, 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 da." I mean, but ridiculous. You shouldn't be scripting junkies for Ensure. That don't make any sense. It's my choice to take drugs, but it's my choice to feed myself. If I can afford fucking heroin, I can afford fucking food. It's just ridiculous liberalism.
Yeah, there's the NHS buys to Ensure.
Well, there's another option, but But I would also say the same with drinkers and smokers. If you end up in hospital for a smoking-related disease, I don't think they should treat you. I think they should say, well, you know, you took your risk and here you are.
You have heard the amount of tax they pay on those cigarettes argument?
I hadn't considered that, but is that a good way of running it's almost like a self-fulfilling sort of, here's the money, then we spend it back on you. And you could, I would imagine there's a loss there somewhere.
I'm not entirely sure, but there is an argument that they actually, the amount of tax that they pay on cigarettes, on tobacco products, because you pay such a fucking enormous amount,
listen, I've got no
more than covers the amount that the NHS spend on cancer patients caused by cigarettes.
But is it a healthy society that promotes it? You know, if you knew that you wouldn't get free health treatment if they could prove your illness was cigarette related, I think that's more my point. I think.
Oh yeah, that would be infinitely more off-putting. Yeah, granted, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue against that.
I think people should be able to do what they want, and I don't judge them for it at all. You can do whatever you want to your own body, and for, you know, if you, I had some amazing times in my life taking the piss and taking risks with chemicals and all that, and you know, I wouldn't advise it to anyone. That's just my choice, but I think people should have the choice. But you should also, that's your mess if you get into it. You know, I've told you all before, it's like a weird kept secret that the NHS pays for all those fucking needles. And the AIDS bags, we call them, they give you everything you need except for the smack. Water, a disposable cup, an alcohol swab, some filters, 10 needles. And I'm thinking even one town must be using, well, in my life, I worked out I've used approximately 80,000 of those. That's one person. Where's that money coming from? They ain't taxing heroin, I can assure you. And, you know, the argument used to be that it stopped people passing on AIDS, but it's next to impossible to pass on the HIV virus through a needle. Anyway, let's not talk about drugs again. John Fused says, talking about aging and AI, when? What, you now? Have you heard of biohacking? Yes, I think I have, through Devon Tracy, but I'll find out when I read the rest of your sentence. A tech billionaire from America is currently trying to reverse his biological age. Now, John, Devon Tracy had a bloke on his stream when he had a YouTube channel years ago. Well, he's just had his newest one yeeted. Poor bastard. He loves his YouTube channels as well. He's still available on censored.tv though, and I would suggest watching him. He gets the most views on there, more than Gavin McInnes, more than everyone. He puts out cracking content, $5 a month. Anyway, and if you pay that, use the code AIU, or he doesn't see a penny of it. You get to see everything, and there's about another 50 content makers. I mean, I've done it for a few months here and there, but I realised I just didn't have the time to watch it. So, you know, it's worth a look. He used to have this guest on who was this young kid. Well, I say young kid, I don't know, early 20s, and he was into that biohacking. He reckoned he was going to live until he was 200 or something. And he said that he thinks there will come a time when we'll live forever. I didn't find the arguments as convincing as he did, to be honest with you. And I wouldn't want to live forever. Would I want some more years? Yeah, for sure. For sure. I at the moment, I'd love to know that I could live to about 100. Another 50 years would be lovely, as long as I was relatively compos mentis and could, you know, walk about and that. I wouldn't want to be like, you know, and having to have dialysis every week or something. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but
I think as long as you want is the ideal, surely. As long as you want is the ideal, really.
Well, death is what gives life value, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you're going to live forever, you're going to eventually achieve everything. It's like the 100 monkeys and a typewriter thing, isn't it? So having a cut-off point, when you love someone, when I look at my missus and I just love her so much, that pain that I know that at some point one of us is going to cark it, likely me, and it just makes me want to just get as much love out of that situation as possible. Which reminds me, I just got to quickly call her back because she called while Pizzle was talking, and because she's sick, well, she's not, but because she's recovering, I'm giving her a little bit more room than I usually do. Hello, love. Sorry I didn't answer, but I'm doing YouTube.
I see you.
Well, you'll have to call me back then.
Okay.
Okay. She's going to call me back. There you go. Hello, darling. I'm Gainalani.
I miss you.
Oh, say it again.
I miss you. I cannot miss you so much.
You can't. What's that? You can't sleep because you miss me so much.
Yeah, I can't sleep. I miss you so much.
Oh, I play that to them. Love, I'll come and see you tomorrow or something, but I've got to do this now. I can't talk to you now. Can you atniye own alani? Okay, nangai own.
Bye bye.
Can you sralain own clang clang? Ta-ra, love. Bye, darling. Love you. Sorry you had to witness that. Not really sorry. What a beautiful thing love is. So there you go, John. Should we have a look, John? Should we see if we can find a bit of content on biohacking? Let's have a look. Thank you, everyone who's supporting the channel. I will, like I say, I'll do this. Will go on for hours. Biohacking. If I can find like a little, like that one about the other drug. What was it? Yeah, we've got Meet a Biohacker. Let's react to that. It will be adverts, I'm afraid. But thank you, John. We'll have a look at that. Anglo, I'll get to your super chat. Una memento. Let's have a little reaction to this. Again, if you're new around here, I will have to interrupt this occasionally, and it probably would be better just to let it run, but it's someone else's content, and so I have to be seen to be reacting to it. Okay, so here we go. It's only 4.5 minutes, so I'll try not to make that 20 minutes. It's called What is Biohacking? Meet the biohacker who refuses to age. Now, I've never seen this before. I'm not saying that John is supporting this or anything, but my guess is going to be a bit cringe. It's going to be a bloke who walks around with crystals in his bum or something. Anyway, let me know you've got audio and we'll roll VT. Bleeping like nobody's business. Mine's lit up like a Christmas tree. Not that there's anything right with that, but anyway, let's see what he's got to say. This is a weird one, isn't it? Like, I never expected like a housewife to be turning up at a Bondre's house. Arlo, keeping it classy there. That's very nice. Barrett wants to know if he's a writer. Yeah, if you write. Floella says this is going to be cursed. It's an amazing comment. Henry says, well, gay. Well, he might not be. He might just be a bit San Fran. But in fairness, San Fran is well gay. Hang on, I'm being... Okay, I've had a couple of... Okay, I've... Latus, I've got your message about the lifeboat, read the papers, okay? And then and then Packers passed on what John said as well. So I've got those comments, and I will look into that later. So nice one. There you go. Here we go. Biohacking. If he's not gay, he is. If you know what I mean. If he's not gay, he's the only person in the world who thinks that. Have we got any gay scrubs in at the moment? Rambling Man. Hello, mate. Nice to see you. Rambling Man, I know I say it every time, you're probably sick of it, but Rambling Man is the original OG. Like, he was on this channel when I had like 4 subscribers, so it's always lovely to see him. Sargon of Anal. There you go. Craig says that the beard is too dyed and too sharp to be on a straight man.
Lovely skin too.
Yeah, it's weird though that John says, does he turn his jeans up too? But it's weird that the things that we're digging him out for are him looking after himself. Good skin, he's cut the garden well, so to speak. Anyway, let's roll VT. The problem I have with this so far, Mousecat says he looks well hydrated. Nudge, nudge. Why do straight men find gay jokes so funny? It's so weird, but never goes. Baz wants to know if I'd tap her. Well, it's not a definite no, to be honest with you. You know, if she pressed the right buttons, you know what it's like. Eleanor said ancient in gay years. Susan, we've got many Bondres and the glorious House of Scrubs, and we're only having a bit of fun because guess what? We treat them as normal people. The thing about this biological age that he just said is cellular age. To me, it comes across a bit like age designated at birth, which is like the gender designated at birth. No, mate, you're 31 years old. That's a fact. Roll. He's a Bondre. I'm changing my mind. Willow reckons it's all about the genes. What, whether they're turned up or not? Yeah, all right. The age I was given at birth. There you go, Arklow. That's a better way of saying what I was trying to get at. Mike is still sticking with the Bondre. John reckons he's a queer packer.
I asked the question, is he queer?
Yeah, well, I corrected the typo.
How's how you pronounce it?
Yeah, look at that, people. I mean, when I see that amount of supplements, I don't think living longer. I think living less. Look at that chemistry set he indulges in. Good Lord, that's ridiculous. 42's dropped an Ayrton Senna in. Hang on a minute. Hang on. I've jumped ahead of myself here. Anglo dropped a lady in. Chris, you aware that 42's the Anglo-Saxon is on 6.2 thousand views and counting? It resonated, apparently. I didn't know it was on that many, but we talked about it yesterday, was it? And I think it was up to about 5K. Or maybe that was on the night when I played it. Oh, it's great stuff. Yeah, of course it resonated. No, nice one, Anglo. And I also told 42 how absolutely made up you were about it, which you were. Nice one for the donation. And while we're there, 42, Ayrton Senna. Gay men improve their body to get a partner. Straight men improve their wallet. Straight men need to change that. Movember wisdom from 42. And you know what, 42, you've hit the nail on the head. When I was living in Soho, it was the gays that styled me. That was how I learned a bit more about style, and the bird count and quality just went up rapidly. You know, they do take care. They do take care of themselves, and I do think, certainly among working class men, it's almost a thing to not look after yourself. Now, it was funny in our 20s and 30s. I've only had a kebab all weekend, you know, and 5 grams of sulfate and 40 pints. But all those lads are dead now. I mean that. I could name about 10 of them. They were all heavy drinkers. They hardly ate. They never trained. They never looked after themselves. And it's definitely a working class thing to sort of jokingly, but actually not look after yourself. And it's not funny that they're all dead now, because they're fucking dead. And that's the state loves that. The state loves that. That's a lot of chemicals, though. That is a lot of chemicals. I don't think a Bondre cuts those stupid 3 lines in his head, though. That's ridiculous. Nice one, 42. Good point. And thanks for the air. And let me just check entropy. Nothing over there. We'll roll the rest of VT, and then I can check the buy me a coffee. I mean, that doesn't bode well, does it? Some are experimental. Some you're not sure if they work. Lovely. I mean,
most of them affect all the others.
Yeah. What do they call that? Counter indications, drugs you shouldn't take with others. You can imagine there's a proper... I would tap her, actually. She's quite... In that shot... Oh, what I'd do to you. You know, if she was to dress up like a birthday cake, I reckon I would. Lay back in star shape like a blow-up doll. I'd be diving in there without a second thought. Makes your body tingle. Well, that's obviously going to make you live forever. Funny enough, crack does. More than 50 of those supplements a day. He's probably keeping Alex Jones in fucking pocket money.
I bet he don't need to eat, though.
Go on, Packer. Sorry, mate.
I bet he doesn't need to eat because he has that many supplements. Like no bother.
Oh, they're actually filling his gut. They're actually making him feel full. Well, I suppose. Right, gentlemen in the chat, is it a tap or a no tap? Not him. I mean, is there a middle-aged headmistress fantasy there or not? Willow says stand on her neck and use her boobs as a space opera. I think that's probably illegal. I'm not reading it out. I am actually. Floella says his diet is 80% spunk. Ellie says he rattles as he walks. Oh no, it does make me. You know, even when I have a vitamin tablet, and I do get those ones that are made out of food. You know, they're they're fermented food. They're fucking expensive, but they enough work. I know the difference when I'm not using them. Sounds weird, doesn't it? I'm just having a look in the chat. Tap. Right, here we go. It's a no from John. It's a yes from Otto. Suffice is a yes. Pizzle, yes. Arlo's conflicted. Willow says 8 pints. Good Lord. What of that stuff Pizzle's drinking? Rambling Man's all over it. Eleanor says no, she's woofing. Floella Wood in leather. Yeah, I'm getting that kind of, you know, bit of Dom stuff. Yeah. Henry is.
I'll put yes to that.
Look at all the news you hear and all this stuff. Look at men, they want like thin young girls. Yeah, men do like thin young girls, but they also like men like women. That's the thing. You know, I wonder if this bird ever. I might send this video to this bird. Say, have a look around 1 hour 33. Barrett Wood, Pizzle Wood, because it's only Yelly Nelly. Are you new in these parts? Be nice to welcome you. Baz said with giant tits. Yes, she looks like she's got a pair. They're a little bit low though. Rambling man tap with a hard P. Mousecat says she's nice enough. Otto said she's better looking than my right hand. You're going through a barren patch, Otto. You want to get out here. Pax Max hasn't been out of the bedroom in 5 days. It's no for Craig in his current form. Okay, so that was kind of interesting. Hello, Philip. Nice to see you. It's a no from Rags. Pizzle just likes Fanny. Alan's just hoited it. There you go. Barrett has noted a cheeky grin. Lartus would do if she brought her twin sister. What if her twin sister was conjoined? Contradiction, though, because it looks like he's spending most of his life trying to stay alive longer. Whereas if you live your life, you know, it's a quantity and quality kind of problem here, isn't it? You know, all that stuff he's doing to stay alive longer, but when he gets to 110, he'll be like, yeah, I've spent 100 years researching supplements and going to the gym. Did you hear it? Really? It was at that point she realised she was talking to a lunatic.
And we'll see in 100 years.
Well, I'm not sure whether I'll make it, but...
Well, I'm going to do everything I
Well, there's about 30 blokes here that will give you a little pick-me-up.
can to be here.
Well, we didn't learn a lot about biohacking, but we certainly... Oh, excuse me, what's going on here? We certainly made some jokes about the gays and talked about having sex with a middle-aged woman. Yeah, I got the feeling I could have probably found a better video than that. But in answer to your question, John, I did know a bit about that, but the bloke that Devon interviewed, it's a bit more sort of thorough than that. You know, they've got a very strict diet of things they won't touch. You know, they've kind of eliminated all artificial chemicals out of their diet, and I suppose like most of these, dare I say, fads or whatever. There's obviously a spectrum of people that I might be convinced that, I mean, you know, if you look after yourself, you're probably going to live a bit longer, as long as you don't get hit by a car or something like that, obviously. But then, you know, I know people who have just taken the most ridiculous amounts of narcotics, and they've never had a glass of water in their life and smoked 40 a day, and they're in their 80s, and they still get up and go down the boot. They're not the man they were, but I think a lot of it's genetic. Oh no, not a monsoon, please. Just that'll do. Just a little dribble. Not on the mega stream, please. Because if that, sometimes it gets too loud and you won't be able to hear me. That's all right. Packer can take over. He's got plenty of chat.
Just check Rugsy's message in the chat.
Yeah, I've got it, and I'm going to go and have a look because that looks absolutely amazing. Right, where is it? Oh my God. Right, hang on. I'll just go over the advert. Sorry, people, but it looks like you're going to like this. No, this has got to be a joke. This is amazing. This is what a find from Rags here. Right, people, let me just check over here. I'll get back to you, Hans. I haven't forgot that. There's a few things I've got to say about that and the old investing. So, do you all remember when Ricky Dulan, don't rain on me, love, rain on me, rain on me. Only love. What's the song? What's the song, people? Someone will know it. Someone will... Oh, no. Packer, can you hear that rain? I can't hear you. Hang on, people. I've got to put these in.
That's because as usual I'm muted. Yeah, I can hear the rain, but it's not overly loud to me. Now I can't hear it. Can hear you though.
Right, Packer, can you say something, please?
Hello.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, really loud as well. Hang on, let me just turn it down.
It's because I'm gobby.
No, it's not. It's because when I put these in, it's just very loud. It's
10,
direct. Yeah, that's good.
9.
So you can't hear the rain anymore. That's good. Yeah,
You can
it
kind
was
of hear
love
it, yeah,
rain
but it's
over
not.
me. Well, here, it's yeah. Yeah, from the Who's Quadrophenia. Good call, Craig. Right, so Ricky Dulan was this. I can't remember. I think he fancied himself as some kind of like activist, but it wasn't clear what side of the fence he was on. But he took on Laura Towler, who is one of the leaders of Patriotic Alternative. And it was just, it was like she was just giggling at how ignorant he was. He was like a child. And then after it went viral around the dissident right community, an absolute roasting. And most of it was him roasting himself by the nonsense he was saying. But we all done some research, and it turned out that he was also the local church's rock star. There was videos of him coming on going, "How is everyone? Okay. Anna, I love you, Jesus. Anna, I love you, Jesus." Anna. A strange fella, to say the least. Now, I know a lot of churches have bands. We used to go to a church, me and a mate, as kids, because they used to give out free food and that. And they used to take us rock climbing and things, so why not? The church stuff was just... And weirdly, all the girls that went to that church were the real slags at school. Like, there was a girl that would just play with your penis in class if you asked her to, and she was there. And the main bloke, the main vicar, his daughter was there, the vicar's daughter, and everyone had a go on the vicar's daughter. And they'd all turn up to church like with virtually nothing on. So it was a terrible turnout for a 12-year-old boy. Right, but check out, you're not going to believe this. I've just watched a bit of this. I apologise now that there will be adverts, but this is Ricky Dulan. Was he Irish or something, Rags? Is he originally Irish? Or have I got that wrong? Sophist and Pizzle are still arguing about using the word fanny for a female genitalia, which I appreciate. Well, anyway, yeah, there you go. Yeah, he was Irish. 42 says church is not supposed to be for finding God. Well, ironically, I didn't. I found a couple of hand jobs and some free rock climbing. Anyway, watch this and have your minds blown. Hang on, can I just get a gauge? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember the Ricky Dulan, Laura Towler debate. I just want to know how many people are about to fall off their chairs. The Ricky Dulan, Laura Towler debate. Let me know if you remember it. Just a 1 will do. Okay, we've got some inflow. Ella Arklow, John. Okay, so this will be fun. Plenty of people. Right, so I've just had a little look at this. Hello, St George's Sue. Long time, love. Hope you're well. With stoners on the firm. Best debate ever. I can imagine you cackling all your way to it would have been funny if I could have got it at the end of the sentence. What was it called? I'll leave that for later. Anyway, check this out. Ricky Dulan. I don't know if it's a joke, or if it's AI, but it is very bizarre. Thank you, Rags. This is great content. Prepare yourselves, people, because you haven't seen this coming, I promise you. Oh, dear. Here we go.
No, never in the name of Jesus, Toffee Aqua, never. Church is not a building. The church is not an organization. The church is me and you. The church is the body of Christ. So if somebody is promoting anti-Christian rhetoric, they're not the church. It's that simple. Jesus is good. The devil is bad. That's the most simple format we're going to put this spiritual battle in. So those that are connected to the side of good.
Hang on, what was that patois at the beginning about?
No, never in the name of Jesus, Toffee Aqua, never. Church is not a building. The church is not an organization. The church is me and you. The church is the body of Christ. So if somebody is...
I mean, they're actually fair points, but that patois was a bit weird.
Promoting anti-Christian rhetoric, they're not the church. It's that simple. Jesus is good. The devil is bad. That's the most simple format we're going to put this spiritual battle in.
I've got to hand it to him. He's a trier, isn't he? He really is a trier. Look at the white beard, the black beard, the white hair. He looks like a pint of Guinness. I mean, he is Irish.
So those that are connected to the side of good.
No, go back to the patois. I thought the whole thing was going to be like that.
You're already on one step closer to the Lord Jesus Christ because he's the ultimate good. He's the light. Don't listen to the defamation of Christianity. Don't listen to how the devil has crept in unawares in some of these churches.
Right. Just a very simple body language lesson for you here, right? They're called illustrators, and it's when you move your hands to add to what you're saying. Like I'm doing it now deliberately. I'm doing it like this. Now, a classic way of identifying deception is when your illustrators are out of time with what you're saying. Like I just did it then deliberately. If I'm really illustrating, I'm going like this. But if I'm going like this, there's a bit of deception going on. But he pointed up then, and it had nothing to do with what he was saying. Whoa. Watch him point up for no reason at all. It's incredible.
The light. Don't listen to the defamation of Christianity. Don't listen to how the devil has crept in unawares in some of these churches.
I'm sorry, but unawares has got nothing to do with pointing up. That's a completely random illustrator. And because humans don't operate randomly, I sense deception.
Organizations that are supposed to be
Hang on, what's this from Andy Mester? Chris, did you see him on the TV? Good Lord, the Dulan rabbit hole. He was caught in a sting by journalists in dodgy gold sales from Africa. He's married to the leader's sister and uses his possession to get bribes for access to him.
Position.
What? Oh, yeah, sorry. He's married to the leader's sister and uses his position to get bribes for access to the father. I know none of this, Andy. No, incredible. But I want more. I want more of the patois. Oh, okay. So he's that's why there was that bit of patois, because when he was playing guitar in that church, it was like a very big Jamaican what do you call them in church, Packer? What are the audience called?
Congregation.
Yeah, the congregation was very highly Jamaican, and if he's dating an African bird, and he hangs around with them, that's why there's the occasional, dare I say, lilt to patois
in Christianity, and then that is used to defame the whole of Christianity. Don't allow it. No more. Look at the way the devil operates.
The leather jacket and white hair is a terrible look.
Look at this story today with Justin Welby and the paedophilia case. What will the devil?
I'm sorry, his illustrators are all over the place. He doesn't believe a word he's saying.
Will try and use that for? Why is the devil exposed that? Why is the devil caused these people to do these atrocious things? Because it's part of the defamation of the church in Britain.
He's realized from history that good speakers will use illustrators, so he's got it in the back of his head. Just keep using my hands and make gestures because it makes you look more powerful. But I'm just getting deception all the way. Now, deception isn't necessarily lying, but I don't think he believes what he's talking about. That would be my first thought. I wouldn't bet anything on it. I need more, and we'll watch a little bit more. But there's certainly something wrong with this picture.
And why would they want to defame now? Because the church is rising. We are rising. Is it coincidence that we get these victories with this anti-Christian clothing, and just a few days later, there's a huge attack in terms of the defamation and reputation of Christianity? We don't deal with coincidences. In the spiritual realm, there's no coincidence. The only coincidence is when God chooses to remain anonymous. So we know these things.
Wait, check out his left eye. Check out the weird little wink at the end. It's another little red flag for me. His left eye. Watch at the end of the sentence.
We don't deal with coincidences. In the spiritual realm, there's no coincidence. The only coincidence is when God chooses to remain anonymous. So we know these things. We see them. Our eyes are open. So for those watching out there, don't believe these lies that the church is something full of pedophiles, or the church promotes trans and LGBTQ ideologies. No, never in the name of Jesus. Toffee Aqua, never. We're not going to do that. The church is not a building. The church,
in the name of Toffee Aqua,
is not an organization. The church is me and you. The church is the body of Christ.
Mousecat reckons his jacket looks like Bros. When will I? He looks like the mystery fourth member.
We are the church. So if somebody is promoting I
already done told you time that God had come down to Ricky Dulan and smacked him in the face like thunder and lightning.
Christian rhetoric, they're not the church. It's that simple. They can wear the attire. They can wear the crosses.
I haven't got a clue what he's talking about, by the way.
They can speak some of the nice words. But if the doctrine is of the devil and not of God, then it ain't the doctrine of the church. Because we are the church and we are the people of God. And the doctrine is very simple to really test if it's correct or not. And it's called opening the Holy Bible. And there you'll find if the doctrine lines up or not. So all of this woke agenda and woke ideologies that's being put around in some of the church organizations, it's incorrect. Let me tell you right now, it's from the pits of hell. Did I speak too aggressively? No, that's the reality.
And no, you didn't. You just said a load of old claptrap. So adding that peculiar performance, it was a peculiar performance. And I'm going to add that to what I think Andy said about. Look at this. Oh, where's it gone? Hang on. Dem fire and brimstone and dem Sodom and Gomorrah bomber clot. Him a little Ricky Dulan, religious roadman. Incredible. So he got caught out on some gold blag, did he? John Palmer, is he talking in tongues? Speaking in tongues, John, but I knew what you meant. Ah, that was good fun. Good call, Rags. Rags, unless there's something amazing later on, I'm going to call it a day on that one because I think we got there as far as we needed to. Excuse me. Pass the Dutchie is incredible. Excuse me, people. Right, I want to go back to Hans's donation. Thank you, Hans. Palantir is flying. Thanks for that. And they've got an earnings call coming up. Now, I won't talk about investing like I always do for a long time. Just a little bit. After I spoke about it last night, I got a few more emails. There's a couple. He's in the chat. Doesn't want to be named. But they listened to me a few years ago. They maxed out their ISAs for the last 2.5 years. So there's 240,000 of savings they put in. So this was their retirement savings. And they cashed out last week. And they're both retiring. Now, he said to me, they'd done the S&P. It was the Vanguard S&P, VAUG, ticker symbol VAUG, Palantir and NVIDIA. Now, I can tell you that if they put that money in 2.5 years ago, I think Palantir was something like 2.5 years ago, probably about $7. And it's currently about 65. NVIDIA, they bought at around $20, it must have been. That had a 10-to-1 split. So that went up to about $1,020 from 20. And then they cut. So if you had one share that was worth $1,200, you got 10 shares that were worth 120. They were the numbers. But I worked it out, and that couple, if he'd done what he said he'd done, and I've got no reason to assume he's lying, I worked it out that they made tax-free. This is gross profit because obviously they put 240,000 in, but about 2.75 mil. And I'm happy to have had a part in someone doing that. He did say to me that they didn't just listen to me, thank God, and just do it. They'd done their due diligence. They watched a load of videos. They consulted professionals. They took the risk. And that's life-changing money. It's 2.75 million from a 240,000 investment. It ain't always going to be like that, people. I got lucky because I introduced Scrubs to index investing and the likes of free trade at a time when it's just gone mad. NVIDIA, Palantir, and the S&P, you couldn't have got it more right for the last 2.5 years. So congratulations. I wish I had 240,000 to have put in. I'd have done exactly the same. I'd have probably done less on the S&P, but that was your risk management because you knew that was going to go up at least 10% a year. But you've been, I think the S&P is up about 35% on the last year. Good Lord, you've done well. So that's great. So you got some money on what? If you want, Hans, how much did you get Palantir for? You don't have to say, obviously, and I won't judge you for wanting to keep that privately. Ricky Dulan was a weird one. Let's see if we can get someone in, shall we, Packer?
Yeah.
Wasn't Damon good yesterday? I mean, JP was, but JP always is. And Ian was his proverbial Ian, which was nice to see. But,
Damon seemed lovely.
Yeah, interesting bloke. Here we go, Pete. Hello, Sutton for Mutton. Nice to see thee. The link's just gone in the chat. Lartus, what if you're still here? Why don't you come in? Casa Calling says, I've got 2 kids under 5. Very challenging sort of partner and full-time groundworks job plus cabbage patch look after. I'm absolutely knackered all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's life, isn't it? Yeah. I'm thinking of having a word with Mark and Laura about Patriotic Alternative, getting a professional financial advisor in, get these working class youngsters into just index investing. Arlo, hello mate, how are you?
How's it going, man?
Now, why were you only able to lurk? That was
I was having dinner with Mrs. Arlo, so I felt I shouldn't really be on the computer while we were dining together. That was about it.
But you still did.
I did anyway.
I did anyway. How have you been, sir? How's it going out there in the great? Is it a country, island? Is it a republic? Is it what?
Jeez, are we getting into that already?
No. You know what? I always try not to, and in trying not to, I get there. How is it in Ireland? The Republic of Ireland, of course.
It's not too bad. It's the middle of November in Ireland, and it's permanently grey and wet. It hasn't been too cold, but apparently the cold weather.
Hang on. Did you just describe the weather as paramilitary grey?
Predictably, I said predictably.
Wow, that was mad that I heard you say paramilitary. I honestly thought you said paramilitary grey, and I thought, don't go there.
I think you have terrorism on the brand there, Chris. That's what I think.
I just don't know enough about any of that. Anyway, so it's miserable weather, but this was what my old man used to say, you see. My mum always wanted to go to Ireland because her family, when you go back far enough, are Irish. And my old man would say, you know why it's green? Because it's always pissing down. And that was his thing. He said, if we ever get the money to go on holiday, we're going to go somewhere where it's sunny. But is that true? Is it a very rainy place, the Republic of Ireland, where you live?
Yes, it rains a lot. It rains a lot in Britain too. I think there's a bit of a microclimate thing going on down in the southeast, around London. But I'd say, we're probably no rainier than Britain, I would say.
And I can't stand it. There were many reasons that I moved out here.
Yeah.
But one of them was definitely the sun. I mean, once it gets round to autumn, I do love all the trees changing colour, and I love all that. And I've had some very romantic times. And I mean, it always reminds me of going back to uni because you've had your summer holidays. It gets to September.
Yeah.
And obviously mushroom season, October. But when it starts getting dark at 4:30 and all that lark, I'm like, nah, man, I've got 6 months of this shit. Yeah. And it really started, getting to me as I got older.
I was playing golf this morning and I was talking to me mate Stevie, and I just said, this is really shit, isn't it? Like, it's fucking pissing rain on us and it's grey. And you could see for miles around because there isn't much, there's not like hills around that particular course. And you could just see that it wasn't moving for the day. And you're like,
and you stick with it, do you?
So you're out there, like, you're out there, like, what are you going to do? Go home? No. So, but I was saying to Stevie that, this is shit. But you know what? Come February there, it'll all be getting better. And you know what? There's nothing like, seeing the days lengthening again and
having
a lovely summer. I said to him, says, could you imagine though if you were living in Marbella and it was just warm and sunny all the time? That'd be really shit, wouldn't it? Like, and he didn't know if I was joking or not. Like, I didn't know if I was joking or not.
Chat, what do you make of that? I'll get on to that. What do you think about that? I mean, I do. Arklo's got a point that I can agree with there, that after winter, you know, when you've got the rough with the smooth, it is lovely when the days start getting a bit longer, starts getting a bit warmer. But is that worth 5 months of melancholia?
Chris, when you think about it, it's really only bad from like mid-November to mid-January. It's 2 months tops. It's not that bad. Could you imagine if you were in like Bergen or Helsinki? Like you'd be talking like dark at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and not getting light until 10 o'clock in the morning. That's bad.
Where is it where they have 6 months of light and 6 months of dark? Is that Greenland?
Well, parts of the very top of Norway, or Hammerfest or wherever it is. That's 6 months of darkness and 6 months of light, like. Which I don't think I'd really like that, to be honest with you.
Imagine having the mother-in-law over for the weekend.
It'll be
Sorry, that's a very old joke. Now,
I was going to say, Chris,
go on.
I've been absolutely immersed in listening to black metal for the last 15 years. It's one of my main music genres that I'm into.
What is black metal for those of us, including myself, who don't know what it is?
It'll be in the extreme metal bracket, which is to say a lot of the vocals will be very harsh, kind of screamed, and it would be characterized by very kind of raw musical production. Guitars would be very that's more like death metal.
What song could I play a bit of that kind of typifies black metal?
Oh my goodness.
Well, you can have a thing.
Oh my goodness. Could you put on that Sammen Gangvar by Pizzle? Would that be possible?
Pack around with you. I didn't get any of that.
That Sammen Gangvar. DET.
Right, wait. That's good. I'm sorry.
You'll get it after Dead Som, I guarantee you.
I still don't know what you're saying though. Dead Som.
DET.
DET.
Space.
Yeah.
Som. SOM.
Oh, in fairness, they're not real words, are they?
They're Norwegian words, Christopher. They're Norwegian, and their Norwegians are entitled to their language too.
Oh, listen, I'm a real fan of the band Mum, although I think they might be Icelandic. They might be Norwegian though. Det Som. What else? Next one.
Engang. ENGA.
Oh, I found it. Engangvar.
Engangvar.
Hang on. Where are Husker Du from?
They're American.
Okay.
They're from like Baltimore or something.
No link at all. So, okay. So, all right. I've got this. I'm going to go right into the middle of it.
Yeah, go into the middle of it because it's a very long intro.
Yeah, the song's about 12 minutes here, it says.
Yeah.
I'm just getting through the advert.
You won't, Chris. You won't like this. I guarantee.
No, that's all right.
You won't like. You'll
no,
hate
I don't
it.
think I will. I'm going to go to the most replayed bit because that would seem to make sense, wouldn't it? Here we go then, people. This is Det Som Engangvar by, what are they called? Doesn't say it.
Birdsong.
Oh, yeah, it does say it. It does say it. Birdsong. From the album Topic, is that correct?
No, from the album His
Os. There you go.
It means in English until the light takes us, or sorry, if the light takes us.
Is there a political element to this band?
Yes, Chris, of course there is.
Ah, there you go. I suddenly thought that. Anyone in the chat heard of this band, Birds?
There has to be some people in the chat. There must be, surely.
Baz says old school. Baz says Dimno Borgia. John says Ricky Dulan did a good death and metal album. Right, here we go. So this is a bit of, what's it? Dead metal or death metal?
No, black metal. This is black metal.
I'm juggling. You wouldn't believe how many things I'm juggling when I'm streaming. Right, here we go. This is black metal. A little section of it that Arlo.
You're not going to last
really
2
like.
seconds.
No, I will play it. I will play it. It doesn't, I might like it. You'll be surprised.
No,
I will
no,
be too.
no. I can guarantee you won't.
There might be something there. I quite like a lot of the drumming with some of the sort of hard metal stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go. Let's let it roll VT. I'll give it about 15 seconds. Here we go.
That's really quiet, Chris.
It's just I can't get it any louder.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You nearly had it. You nearly had it. Keep going.
Oh no, this is rocking, man.
It is. Wait till the vocals kick in, though.
It might be pushing it, but this is cool. Hurry up, or Susan's going to yeet me.
It's probably better if you don't hear the vocal, Chris.
I'll shove it on a bit so we can hear them. That drumming's wicked though. When did you start singing, for fuck's sake? I actually,
Chris, I got into all that sort of stuff about 20 years ago, and the way it used to be with me was I really liked that music if they just sing properly, But once I started getting into harsh vocals, it wouldn't work if it didn't have Varg. That was a very extreme example there.
But the voice is almost more of an instrument, isn't it? And it's
just an accompaniment to the music. But
yeah,
Chris,
you're not listening out for
that's Varg Vikernes. Like he's an OG dissident right type, even though
I guessed that just from the graphics I saw on some of the when I searched for it.
That was all recorded, Chris, when me and you were like 20 years of age back in 1992, 1991,
Have you seen him live ever?
He never played live, ever. Never.
Oh, wow. Because I was about to say, I imagine that something like that would be quite amazing live. I could probably enjoy it.
Oh, it's any black metal I've seen live, it's a good performance. It's a bit weird though because there's a real awful kind of progressive type, in the likes of like Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington, and it's all like kind of progressive issues with the black metal, and I actually like that music, but there's many other there's a whole other raft of great black metal there that is nothing to do with that at all. Some of it's kind of
hang on, don't say a word. The rain stopped, and I don't like wearing those headphones if I don't have to. Can someone say something now?
Hello there.
Yeah,
all right.
I've said before on this channel that you should like music from other nations that is their music. You know, you don't. That's not English, but that's their music. Like there's the Icelandic bands, like Mum is probably the classic one, but there's another Sigur Rós.
Sigur Rós, yeah.
And they make music about where they live, about being stuck out on peninsulas and the sea and boats and all that sort of stuff. And it's in the music, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Chris, I listen to piles of that stuff from Finland. There's Satanic War Master, a God Moon. It's fucking brilliant stuff, and some of it's really musical, by the way. But it's a completely
that's handy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's completely a product of Finland, and the Swedish stuff is a product of Sweden, and the Norwegian stuff is a product of Norway. And there's great Ukrainian black metal, and there's great Russian black metal, and it's just all but it's all a product of it has certain common factors, some certain common sounds that it'd either be just death metal or black metal or just ordinary heavy metal, whatever. And it incorporates folk elements as well, Chris.
Do you have that in your headphones walking around and that? If you'll listen to that. I mean, I couldn't do that. It would just be too much. I'll be like, oh, come on.
Oh yeah, I have that. I have that in the car, and a million other albums like that in the car. I listen to that at level 20.
With the missus in the passenger seat, or is that a no?
I have to be on my own for that. Like, I put a bit of the Carpenters on or something when I have to have company in the car.
Nothing wrong with the Carpenters.
I love the Carpenters too. But I love them.
Great stuff.
Anyway, just I didn't have anything in particular to talk about, chaps. I just wanted to drop in for a minute,
Well, I've certainly learned something, and I think I might go back to that. I saw some quite interesting.
There's loads of I guess Philosophem, FILOSEFEM.
Hang on. Whoa. I don't want to pretend to say I'll look into it later. Go on, say it now.
Philosophem, FILO.
Yeah.
SEFEM.
And who and what are these?
That's the first Burzum album I ever got, and
you can just see by the cover. So it's like a traditional woman out in the what looks like.
Yeah, they're all. He's extensively used the artwork of Theodor Kittelsen, who was a Norwegian children's book illustrator.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
They're all really, they're kind of creepy looking, but they're kind of homely looking as well. And
we've talked about it on this channel that the European fairy stories deal with death, murder, loss, abandonment, and
Chris, from our point of view, in terms of I wouldn't say activism, but if you're going around with a bit of some top on you, it's a bit of a statement about a lot of your political views, I can tell you, It's good that our circles have these little things that people can maybe recognize and latch on to and just say, oh, that you sound like you'd be interesting to talk to. I was up in IKEA with Mrs. Arlo Rocks in me one of me hoodies, and the young lad came over and says, that's the best top I've seen here today. And he was on that for a chat. I was delighted with myself.
I've got this tiny little tattoo here
of Spiritual
Spaceman 3. Similar, same band, really. Well, not really, one of them. And I think I told you I was in a tuk-tuk, and a geezer in a suit with a briefcase in Cambodia. I was in a traffic jam in a tuk-tuk, and just as we pulled away, he went, "Spaceman 3!" And I went, "Yay!" And it just those little bonding moments where
that's great. Yeah, I love that. I love that, Lee.
But listen, that I'll just show the scrub so they know what we're talking about. You'll see the cover of this album. Actually, let me grab it. We'll see it a bit bigger if we're going to bother. Chris. So this geezer is a traditional.
He was a children's book illustrator, Theodor Kittelsen.
Yeah,
they're actually lovely. They're lovely. They're all fantasy drawings, like ogres in the woods or something, or like maybe a magical horse or something,
No, but it's lovely because it looks exactly like that. I mean, look at this. When I was a kid,
I love that, and it's the maiden,
it's gorgeous,
blowing the horn, and the lovely rolling forested hill, and the mysterious rock in the middle of it for some reason.
Yeah, exactly. That just ain't moving, and it's going to stand the test of time.
Yeah. It's very. Varg knew what he was doing when he took that stuff to use as the artwork for his albums.
Yeah, for sure. It's full of allegory. But look at this. When I was a kid, I was read stories. I used to carry that fairy story book around with me. It had Hans Christian Andersen. It had the French bloke. I can't remember his name. And the Brothers Grimm. It was a collection of European fairy tales, all in English. And they were illustrated much like that, colour though. And just look at Little Red Riding Hood. It's a fucking brutal story. It's a brutal story.
Yeah.
All of them are really, do this.
Corridors.
There you go. All of them, and those themes are themes that have been part of European folklore for they're part of our people. And yet, if you look at the children who were growing up in the 90s, they had the Teletubbies.
Yeah.
Which were just meaningless. There's no symbology, no allegory, just these three goons jumping around going, da, da, da. Yeah. One of my mates was one of those. One of my mates was actually in one.
But that's the dead end we're in. We're not trying to mythologize stuff anymore. We're not trying to be stewards of our culture anymore. We're being told to despise it over here in Ireland, by the way. And and no one said, we're at the stage where the likes of me will make the most anodyne point about that in the pub or in maybe at a work canteen. And it's like, what are you going on about? What does this mean to you? Why do you seem intelligent? Why do you keep saying these things? You seem, sometimes you seem nice. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're just trying to make a point here. Like, fucking ridiculously.
It's really sad. It's really sad. I mean, if you were to read a bunch of 5-year-olds, any of those old fairy stories, you'd probably lose your job now.
My father used to read the stories when we were small, when we got to bed. Like Patricia Lynch was a great children's fantasy story writer in Ireland. Like the Turf Cutters Dog Goes Visiting, whatever it was called. Like, and they were just, it really captured your imagination. Like, and it wasn't diddly eye stuff either. It was giving you a sense of what the stories produced in Ireland used to be. And I hope he's right. I hope that's right, Toffee. I hope it is. I hope that's right.
I mean, I am kind of obsessed with the European fairy story tradition, and
And again, not to belabor the point, but that'd be something that the old Varg would go on about a lot. Is all the mythologizing that was necessary to actually explain and talk about and preserve. European traditions. Very.
It's not. I mean, that is, that's exceptionally relevant, but also, children growing up. I've mentioned it yesterday on the stream that we don't have any adequate rituals from turning from boys to men. We just have to get on with it as if it ain't happening. Your voice breaking, your balls dropping, puberty. Girls have to turn into women virtually in silence. These are the other closer knit communities have rituals for that stuff.
They do. Mm-hmm.
The whole family.
It's okay for them though to have that. That's okay. Not for us though. Somehow I don't know why, but
and it's been absolutely taken from us. But the thing is, those fairy stories, the classics, they didn't come about and take hold. And this is all over Europe. They were told, and it's like the what's it called? The stories that appeared all over the world the perennial philosophy, is it? I'm not sure. Lars will know if he's here. But
Sophia
it was almost
Prentice.
like they appeared in different European countries around the same time, almost like a zeitgeist. But it's a way of telling, like, children of like 4 or 5, people think they're like, well, they are kids, right? I know they're kids, but they're dealing with some of the hardest questions of their life at that age because they don't know. They don't know, but they do get abandoned. Not, and I don't mean like their parents leave them anywhere, but like when my mum used to do the Avon round, it was fine in summer, but in winter when she went, I'd be terrified because there's a thing on the news about a bloke, there's a man going round, he's climbing in windows and murdering people. And, you don't realise that that's not on your doorstep. And, I'd sometimes I'd go out and I knew her around and I'd knock on all the doors and go, is my mum there? She goes, oh, no, she was there about 20 minutes ago. But what those stories do for those kids is teach them about abandonment and the return and also mortality and all those main themes that children need to. They're already engaged with them. And just having a parent read you stories that have got those themes makes you feel less alone and makes you feel, this is the world. What I'm thinking about is...
Well, Chris, when I was little and I had the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe read to me, it was utterly mind blowing, but in a very magical. There was lovely messages of companionship and loyalty, and bravery, even though there was obviously sharp edges to everything within it, and there was probably other layers intended there as well, but it was fantastic,
meant so much.
We can't afford to lose that stuff because fucking Netflix and it just isn't going to cut it, it just isn't going to cut it. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. It's abandoned children, and so that's why what they've put in its place, as we saw. You were probably lurking earlier, but it's been replaced with Adderall. It's been replaced with amphetamines. When kids haven't got those rituals or those mythologies and those connections with what they're thinking. Oh, my dad reads me stuff about this stuff, and when you take those things out, there's a gap, and that's when children get lost and start doing crazy things.
And it's even worse now because there's also this turning the seeking of comfort into a moral good. As long as you have comfort, and anyone interfering with your comfort, it's morally wrong for you to face any stress or hardship at all.
And what's a totally artificial representation of your life for a child? That is, it's all right. Everything's all right. No, it ain't. It won't be, and it never
it isn't. But you've got us with you, and you've got your wider community around you, and you've much more strength than you realise.
Exactly.
And you don't have to deal with this stuff yet. You're going to grow, and you're going to learn, and you're going to be fine. And you're going to be with us, and you're going to be okay.
And we know you're going through it. When my dad read me those stories, okay, so you know about fear of abandonment and fear of death and people who can change who they are. One day they're nice, the next day they might hate you. This is humanity. But you take all that away, you estrange children from their own environment, and it's
teach them to resent it as well, even or anyway.
I might be listening to it. I don't know if I'll be listening to it, but I'll certainly do some reading about it.
Actually, it's all very fascinating, Chris. The whole Norwegian black metal scene in the early 90s. There's a whole lore there. It's a huge story. Varg did 16 years in prison for murder, by the way. This is all there's a lot of detail and a lot of it's a rabbit hole. Let's just put it that way. But
so he's your Charles Manson. don't know why I'm laughing about that, but
Chris, when he had for the couple of years that he had his YouTube channel, Thulian Perspective, hang
on, what was it called?
Thulian Perspective, as in Thule. I think it's like a German word for
That rings a bell. What we're talking like about 10 years ago. But he got banned, did he?
Oh, Jesus! He went in the first apocalypse. He'd say stuff that I really wouldn't agree with to a certain degree. Some stuff, but he's super intelligent and can be very funny, very, very funny as well.
So he's still alive, is he? This fella?
Oh yeah. He's got 7 children. He lives with his wife in the middle of France in the Limousin region. And she has a lovely little YouTube channel called Marie Cachet. It's really wholesome, really, really wholesome. It's very nice to actually look at. It's just about like how they're farming their land and how they're homeschooling their kids and teaching them about myth, things like that. It's really
yeah. Spell it.
Marie. That's her name, Marie Cachet, Marie.
Cache.
Yep.
Oh no, I found it. Okay, we've got a home tour. So this is the wife of the bloke who goes,
yeah. Apparently, he's not even allowed appear in her videos.
Sorry, I can't hear you because the advert's playing. Go on.
Apparently, he's not even allowed appear, like even in profile in any of her videos. Apparently, YouTube have warned her.
Oh gosh! Wow. All right, let's have a little look at the wife of. But this sounds lovely. It's called
her channel is absolutely pastoral, you know.
It's called Old Fashioned Survivalism Home Tour. Here we go, people. This is amazing. What a lovely tangent to take. I apologise now for any adverts that come on. I can't do anything about it.
That's all Varg's later music used to soundtrack their videos, by the way.
I'm so jealous of that kitchen.
Isn't it lovely?
Yeah, really gorgeous. All right, I'll have a look at that later. Arlo, what an amazing contribution to the stream that was. I never saw it go in there. Nice one, mate. Thanks for the support as well. Always nice.
I was happy to be part of the House of Scrubs there, but I'll stop monopolising your time there now.
You haven't done that at all, mate. It's been great. Look after yourself, Arlo. Can we have an A in the chat? Show him some love, people. Oh, he let himself go. He was done. See you, Arlo. What do you make of that, Packer? Would you like that kitchen?
Oh God, yeah. I like the old house. I liked it from the front doors. Did you see that?
I was watching it. I was not arguing, but I was telling Mumford about my plans for children, and my missus wants 4, and he was going, "You're going to fucking hate it." He said it's horrible having kids. I said no. I said I know loads of people who love it, and he went, "Nah." He said it's fucking horrible. And I looked at all those slippers in those little things there and thought, oh man, I should have done this years ago. How nice would it be to have 5 kids running about? I mean, it's easy for me to say not having any, but it's certainly on the cards.
Kids are the best thing ever.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a friend who's just had a kid last year, and he says to me, yeah, it's hard work. He says, but it's fucking amazing. Amazing.
Well, they're absolutely fantastic, and I can say that quite honestly because neither of mine are here.
You wouldn't say that if they were in the house, no?
No, you don't tell them they're the best ever. Ruins them.
Yeah, I get that. I've just put this on silent while we're chatting about it. Look at old Kai Stevens of Norwich. He reckons he made a connection with a Phil Collins. Look at that handsome lad in that avatar though. Look at that nice whistle he's wearing. Looks like London cloth to me, that does. Anyway, there you go. So that was that. That was some, what was it? Black metal. Do you like black metal? Do you listen to that?
I was along with I like the music. Not sure about the vocal.
I listen to things that are really slow and sad always. Everything. Leonard Cohen, Spiritualized. That's it. I like a bit of Bon Iver. Bon Iver do a really, really weird song. And the first line is, well, I met you at the blood bank. That got you, didn't it? That was a legitimate moment of surprise. And it's like a kind of love song. Well, I met you at the blood bank. But they're a very European band. You watch Holocene. I think that's filmed up in Finland, and it's this little white kid. He gets out of bed, he puts his little woolen jumper on and goes running around, and it's all the fjords and all the mountains, and the main sort of hook line is something like, and I knew I was not magnificent, but I looked into it. I looked into the old song to try and make some connections. And it's about that sort of the child learning how insignificant they are in the world, you know. And it's just a beautiful song. If you haven't heard it, let's try a bit.
Hang on. Okay, I've got one as well.
Okay, hang on.
For a song opening, I think it's even better.
Well, I met you at the blood bank. That's not what I'm playing now. I'm not going to get away with a lot of this. So I'm going to. The intro is lovely though. It's so European. I think I put this on Twitter or X the other day actually. Yeah, I'll give it a go, people. Don't forget to like the stream, people. That it costs nothing and it does me a favor. Helps the channel grow like it never does. And this is Bon Iver, Holocene, but it's so from start to finish. It's just Europe. Like all those natural fibers, there's, you know, and just I don't know, it just gets me, especially not living there, you know, it just brings back so much. You know, even we were poor as kids, but my nan knitted our jumpers. You haven't got the audio, Bill?
Well, no, we're supposed to be hearing this.
Okay, my fault. Hang on. Brings a tear to my eye, this one does. Here we go. I might get yeeted though because it's very recent. That's the problem with the older stuff. They're not so quick on it because this is obviously still making money. This is only about 5-10 years old. I'm going to risk, but that's beautiful. As soon as he gets out of that little very European, what would you call it, homestead, he says, and at once I knew I was not magnificent. And it's not meant as a bad thing. It's just, you know, you're tiny in amongst that, on the planet Earth. Oh, good Lord. Go on, Packer. You wanna suggest one?
Oh, no, mine's the total opposite of that. It'll just ruin the whole moment now.
That's all right. Well, I'm always up for you ruining the whole moment.
It's a hilarious opening line. It's a song by Dean Friedman.
Spell it.
Dean FIREDMAN.
Yeah.
And the song is called S&M.
Oh, that's good. There's loads of Don Friedman, but that one ain't there. What?
Dean, DEAN.
Yeah. Shopping Bag Ladies song. Oh, no, I found it. Gotcha. So what's the first line? He looks a bit like Steve Bannon. I've got it live. You might be able to... He does, though, doesn't he? I mean, this is probably... Hang on. Here we go. So this is Packer's choice. I take no responsibility whatsoever for how bad this is.
It's the ridiculous first line.
Okay.
He did loads of them.
You know what, you folks? If you happen to know the chorus to the song, I invite you all to help.
The venue's called the Kulak's Woodshed. Fuck's sake.
It's really easy. And it starts this way. Well, I was strutting by a hoochie bar on Jane Street, trying hard to dodge the doo-doo in my path. When I heard...
I was strolling by a hoochie bar on Somewhere Street, trying to avoid the something in my pants. He needed a shit.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, Hans. We still haven't done Hans's one. Hans says Palantir is flying. Thanks for that. Right, I've got to say this. I said on the stream yesterday that because of the way it's going, and it has been ridiculous. I've been lucky, really, and so anyone who took my advice has also been lucky. You know, Palantir and Nvidia and the S&P and the Nasdaq have just last 3 years since I mentioned it. Really, I am the Christ. Sorry if I upset anyone there. But people are saying, do I sell? Do I hold? I would suggest they're all going down. Palantir, Nvidia, S&P in the next 2 years, they'll probably go down half what they are now. They might not. They might double. In 10 years, they could, and I'm hoping they'll times 5, times 8, times 10. Because there's always anomalies. There's always anomalies. That geezer, Warren Buffett, put 2 foul on Apple in something like 89 or something. No, I think it was 2000 and something. And it was worth something like 10 million about 3 years ago. Berkshire Hathaway now. So people, I was talking about it on, was it yesterday I streamed, Packer?
Might have been the day before. Can't remember.
No, it was yesterday. It was definitely yesterday.
Was it?
Me asking you and then saying, no, you're wrong, actually. Thank you, Anne. Much appreciated. But I said on the stream yesterday, can you please stop asking me what to do? And I'll tell you why. I was very sure when I suggested looking into investing. So do your due diligence, check it out. I'm not a professional, and have a plan. And I always said this is long-term investing I'm talking about, 10 years at least. Now I'm with you now because I didn't expect this. I've got Palantir, I've got Nvidia, I've got tech stocks that are blowing up. No, there's not a lot of money in there, but the percentage rise is still the same. And I said on the stream yesterday, like, I can't tell you whether to take profits. If you do take profits, you've got profits, great. But in 10 years, that $2,000 you might take today could cost you 200 grand. So I don't want to be the person to advise that. So there must be some kind of law here, like the law of not giving advice or something. Because today I got about 5 or 6 emails. Oh yeah, I know you were saying yesterday about not giving advice, but yeah, everyone's like, but can you help me out? I've put X amount on, and loads of people have also said they've already sold. They're happy as Larry with what they've made. But I can't. There's no right or wrong at this stage. If you're doing well, I mean, you've got the Nvidia and the Palantir earnings calls coming up. All I can do, I'm holding for 10 years. And I will see, I'm almost certain I'll see Palantir go down almost by half. And that will be most of my money that I'm trying to save for my missus and our kids when I die. And I will see that half. And that's hard work. But you can't get emotionally involved with investments, because in the following 9 years, I expect it to triple, treble, 5 times, 6 times. But
investments may go up or down.
There you go. And you can lose everything. It can go lower than your initial investment. So can you please stop asking me for advice? Because I'll tell you what you should do, and this is the final word on it. Tom Nash is a great YouTube channel to watch. Tom Nash. Don't buy their courses. Well, you can if you want, but I wouldn't. I don't know. Tom Nash, Stealth Wealth Investing is another good channel. I'd probably stick with those two to get, they are trying to sell courses, but they're where I get most of my information from. In a way, I want Palantir to go down to $20 because then I can buy some. I can't afford them at the moment. It's too expensive. And I'm convinced that in 10 years, there'll be a $3, $4, $5 trillion company. I know they will. Well, I don't know. I haven't got a crystal ball. But the moat, when you're a business, they call it the moat, like a moat around a castle. It's like the barrier to entry. Can any other company do what Palantir does? Well, yeah, they can, but Palantir have already got in there. And onboarding companies like Palantir takes months, years. You've got to give them all your data. They've got to process it all. Why would you change that for another company 5 years down the line? So Palantir's moat is like a fucking ocean. So I have faith that Palantir are going to be there. So when I see that 65 quid stock go down to 30 and be like, oh, shit, I've got to just sit tight and I've got to remember my plan. I believe in the fundamentals of the business. I trust the management team. They've got form. And I believe there's a place for them in the future of the economy, in the future of our culture. It's your decision. Some people do scrape profits occasionally. Some people don't. Some people sell out altogether and that's their investing game over. Some people sell out everything and then restart investing. I'll tell you what, I am looking at Cake, ticker symbol $CAKE. It's the Cheesecake Factory. It's an American company they sell cheesecakes. But I've got my eye on them. And that's very cheap. I've also got my eye on SoFi, which is fintech, financial technology. But they've gone up from like $7 to $14 in a year or so. So Cake, have a look at Cake, have a look at SoFi. But these are long-termers, 5, 10, 15 years. But it's an absolute pleasure, Hans. If I've helped you there, nice one. And thank you to everyone who's emailed me and said, some of the stories I've been told, amazing. And no one's written to me and told me that they fucked it. I mean, maybe some people have, and maybe they don't come here anymore. But we got lucky. We just got lucky with the timing. It's not usually this good. Well, that's not true, actually. Willow drops an Ayrton Senna. I've got to say, your investment stream 3 years ago, oh, fucking hell, look, right on the, I didn't know this, I didn't know you were talking about this, Willow, was a game changer for me. Palantir for $6. By the way, people, Palantir is currently, what is it, Willow, $65 or something? Fucking hell, you've 10 times your investment. Palantir for $6 was a sublime tip, but I mostly went into crypto. Nothing wrong with that. Bitcoin, I only, it's just Bitcoin for me. I can't be doing all those altcoins and meme coins. I mostly went into crypto, and now after Trump is paying dividends. God bless you, Chris. Yeah, it's at an all-time high. What's Bitcoin now? Something like $90,000. Hold tight though. Right, bollocks. Thanks for the donation, Willow. And thank you, Hans. But listen, this isn't financial advice. This is just my opinions. I'm not a professional. It is gambling. You can lose all your money. But crypto is at an all-time high now. I think it's something like 9. Oh, I can tell you actually, quite quickly. Oh, not that quick.
Elon's quite keen on making it work, isn't he? Crypto.
Well, this is the thing. Why can't I? Yeah, 90,962. The first Bitcoins I bought were $70. It's nearly at 91,000 now. Fucking hell. But I spent all mine on heroin, so whoops. The thing is, it's very tempting to sell now. I get that. You know, if you put in 10 grand a few years ago, you've 5 times that. But with Elon in the Department of Government Efficiency as part of the American government, I think Bitcoin's got another I don't think we've seen anything yet. You know, every cycle it goes down, lesser produced. You know, Satoshi, who invented it, made it. It's not like fiat currency. You can't keep mining it. Every cycle, half as many are made. It's got a limited run. It's rarer than gold, crypto, even though it doesn't exist. It will have its ups and downs, but I think the next 6 months, and this is only my opinion, please do your due diligence. Don't think, oh, I'll hold on to it. If you need that money, fucking cash it in. But I think the next 6 months are going to see a considerably higher gains, certainly with Bitcoin. But nice one, Willow. Palantir.
Investments may go up or down.
There you go. Amazing. Where are we? Check over there. Let's see if we can get someone on, shall we? What time is it? Well, we've got plenty of time. I'm going to just put the link in the chat. Someone wants to come on. Come on. I'm just going to go and get a sweetie from the fridge because I need some fuel.
Oh, fair point, John.
What's that?
He says you can't make gold.
Still can't hear you. Hang on. These are definitely not from the sweeties that Pax Max brought over. Here he is. Hello, mate.
Hello, can you hear me? Ni hao. How gozaimasu.
Ni hao, you cheeky cunt.
I've been listening to Burzum this stream. I thought, I always take the piss out of metal music, and it's actually, so I can actually listen to Burzum, and it's like, this isn't actually that bad,
Is it a band you'd heard of before?
Yeah.
And what? And you've heard of it because it's a sort of nationalist music?
Yeah. You get a lot of right-wing girls posting themselves with like Burzum t-shirts on for a bit of like a bit of first post, and look at me, I'm an edgy right-wing girl. I'd listen to Burzum.
Do you like those girls?
Yeah.
Slagging them off and then admitting it.
That's my version of a bimbo. Berzimfication. It'd be like. That's what it'd be like. No, drop. There you go.
You got there in the end. Third time's a charm.
Empty.
So have I got to actually start calling you Kai now?
You can do if you like.
All right, Kai.
You're right, Chris. How are you? It feels a bit wrong. You can call me Barkley. I think
it feels really weird.
Yeah. A lot of people thought that Kai was actually a fake name. It was like a double fake name that I had, but no, it's not. Actually, on Remembrance Sunday, I saw some former affiliates of mine from a political organisation, and they called me Barkley. I said, "Stop dead naming me."
Good call. What you been up to, Barkley?
Been working my 9 to 5 job. Been practicing guitar. Been practicing the drums. A little bit less on the keyboard now, but yeah, I'm still grinding the music. Got a date lined up on Friday. You know, all things are going well. How disgusted you are.
No, not at all. I'm eating sweets, so I didn't. The pause was just me getting a Moam down. So before I answered you, so I didn't go. You've got what?
Was that English?
Was that Packer?
You talking in reverse?
I was about to say the chat seems to be very happy with whatever Barkley wants to call himself.
Yeah, that's all right. Hello, Bill. How are you, son?
Johnny Redpill says Barkley actually.
Barkley actually led it. See,
hang on, Barks. You said you've got a date on the horizon, all being well.
All being well. Yeah, it's not someone I'm super amazingly into, but you know, they're good company and they can play the bass guitar. So they come around mine. I play on the drums, and they play on the bass guitar, and we have a good lot of fun.
Hang on, so it's mates with benefits. You play a bit of music, and then you
kinda. No, we've not really gone that far with it, to be honest.
Hang on, is this encrypted or something? Packer, do you know what he's talking about?
Well, no, I thought I did when he started talking, but
me too.
Yeah, he was going when it started. He was going on a date.
Yeah.
Now they play guitar sometimes, and
now he doesn't want to do anything. Doesn't want to do it now. He said.
It's one of those things. I guess I'd say she doesn't want a relationship. I wouldn't really particularly want a relationship with us. I'm not a big fan. I look at her and I think you're not really of the genetic quality that I want my children to be made of, which I know sounds harsh, but you know, I just think I'm a little bit eugenic when it comes to those sorts of things. I'd like to think I'm a fairly eugenic person. I don't want kids with someone who isn't.
If she ever sees this, it's never happening.
But we all are. That's how we choose our partners. You know, that goes back to millennia. We look for certain things. We're not just attracted. It's not just abstract and arbitrary. I mean, it is after a few beers and that, but it exists.
Yeah.
But hang on, Barkley. How did it go from I'm going on a date to you're not really into having sex with a girl you play a bit of music with? That's quite the leap.
Yeah, I'm into minds about it. It's like, what's the super ego says, don't bother doing it. You've never had sex with someone outside of a relationship. But then the id is saying, maybe you should. Like, No Nut November. I've been achieving stats on No Nut November like never before this year. I don't know. I'm just a new man, I guess. And when you're into that, you know, that 16th day, it's like, well, you know, technically it doesn't count if it's with a woman. That's what the rules say.
Hang on. So what? Hang on. I think I know what this is. What? So no wanking for November.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It's just something that some self-help guy made up. It's like, yeah, don't watch porn and don't wank during November as a discipline thing.
Good advice, I think.
I think that stuff's evil. It should be banned. Fuck the free market.
No, banning it won't work. that what you do is you tidy up society so that there's no call for it.
I think that I agree with that side of things. It's the same argument you make for prohibition as well. You know, the whole analogy with the rats in the society and the rats with cocaine did it when they have no. I remember. I think at least some measures could be done where it's like, okay, so if you want to go onto Pornhub, you need to at least verify with your credit card details or like some form of ID. Because like, if you want to, it's harder to watch an age-restricted video on YouTube than it is to watch the most hardcore, depraved pornography ever conceived. Which I'd say that's a failing society when that's the.
Do you not think that horse has kind of bolted though with the internet?
That horse is bolted. Say again.
Yeah, it's an idiom. It means it's a bit late.
I think if at least you had to verify ID, obviously, yeah, you could always find like maybe like a girl on Instagram or something like that who's posting quite risque. But I think if you at least made it so to use pornographic websites, you had to verify with photo ID or something like that.
But Barkley, my point is, I understand what you're saying, and
you could heavily slow it down.
I understand what you're saying, and governments could write that into law, and then someone's just going to make a website where you don't do that, and then that's where everyone goes. That's my point.
They could at least IP block it because most kids don't have VPNs unless they're like,
when you can go onto the internet and have crack delivered to your house, you know, it's quite difficult to prevent people getting stuff they want.
You can minimize it.
All the crates full of guns.
I remember some geezer tried to sell me a hand grenade. I said, I'm not here for that. He was sorry.
Remember a comedian called Mark Thomas. He had a show on TV, and he got some kids to order Kalashnikovs or AK-47s, didn't he, and get them sent somewhere.
I don't remember that. Was it Balls of Steel, Mark Thomas, or have I got the wrong fella?
I can't remember. He was a comedian. He was a bit left.
Oh no, Mark Steel. No, I know him well. No, he's a proper lefty. Yeah, I know him quite tall.
I was about to say he's a bit left wing, and then I started laughing at myself.
Yeah, short black hair. No, but he's an old school lefty. I doubt he's woke anyway. And you know, he's a jobbing comic, and he's done it for years. And I give
quite a while ago.
What he got some kids on the dark web and got them to order some actual AK-47.
Yeah, I think that was the show. Yeah.
I got a mate called embarrassing not knowing his name. I know his name, I just can't remember his second name. Frederick Anderson.
I was going to say you should call him Phil. Otherwise, the first thing that came to mind.
There's only two comedians really in Sweden. It's Magnus, I can't remember his surname, he's the biggest one, and then Frederick Anderson. Frederick interviewed me, actually. It went on for about 3 hours for his website. It never went up. He didn't put it up. We haven't spoken since. But he's a funny bloke, and we're mates, so he probably just thought, I imagine his manager said, no, don't put that on your website, because we get on, you know. But he was on a Swedish TV show, much like that Balls of Steel, where you sort of do something funny in public, you know, pranks or whatever. And he decided to put a midget on an aeroplane by putting them in a suitcase and just putting them into the hold, you know, so putting them on as baggage. And he was walking through the airport with this midget in his suitcase on wheels. And when he's trying to lift him up, you know, onto the scales bit where it goes onto the plane, the midget started moving, and the not midget, sorry, dwarven. You know, there's a difference, isn't there? And the woman
vertically challenged.
The woman spotted it, and she's on the sly, called security. Next thing, he's got armed police around him because it's unsurprisingly absolutely illegal to try and smuggle someone onto a plane in a suitcase.
No.
I wonder if I can find an article about it. Hang on. Frederick and...
Did he do something wrong?
But But it all went a bit tits up for him because you know they didn't see the funny side.
What a nanny state, not allowing you to bring a midget on a plane.
Do you know what I mean? No, maybe it was a bit too long ago. I think is that
That's
him?
some kind of ism, isn't it? Or phobic. Not letting him do that.
What? It's dwarf smuggling phobic, not letting him sneak one onto a wrong Frederick Anderson. Anyway, yeah, he done that. I thought it was quite funny. But he was like, come on, it's just a joke. We were never going to do it. But they were like, well, how can you prove to us you were never going to do it? All the evidence we've got is that you tried to put a bloke in a suitcase. It was only because she stopped you that you didn't. What if he'd have gone through? And he said, well, I'd have stopped it. And they were like, how? And then he was like, yeah, I hadn't thought of that, actually. It's just, no, wait, there's a geezer in there. Yeah, sorry, can you please take this mental man away? No, there's someone in. Imagine being the midget actually ending up in the fucking hold of an aeroplane on like you know, one of those 16-hour jobbies to China or something.
You'd likely freeze, wouldn't you?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, you like freeze to death.
And they don't. They're not. It's not pressurized, so the air would be fucking thin as fuck, wouldn't it?
Could have given like a tinfoil blanket or something like that, maybe.
Packer, why does sometimes a weird accent come out? You say thin as fuck.
Because I come from Ilford, and I've lived in Lincolnshire more than half my life now.
Do you know Spalding?
Oh God, yeah.
Do you know Moulton Chapel?
Yeah.
I've got some friends there.
I had an uncle.
How far away is that from you in a motor?
Oh, now.
Don't lie, so that you can get
no,
out.
No, I'm thinking so. It'd be over an hour, I think.
Oh no.
But my daughter's an hour and a half, and I'm fine going there.
I'm just thinking, with your skills, there might be some work there occasionally. Bit of cash in hand work. Know what I mean? I'm trying to see if I can find Frederick. There might be a bit where he tells a story of where he done it. It's funny when he says it.
Wouldn't be a Dangerfield stream without us hearing the same story twice, would it?
It's just a 6-month cycle, Barkley. You know how it works. There's more twice.
There'll be 4 new people who've started coming along. 5 who've dropped off, so they all need to hear it again.
That's a very unpleasant thing to say about me. All I try and do is entertain. Just try and make people's lives a little bit better. Come on, Barkley. You're the one who come on as a guest. Hit us with something. What music have you been listening to lately?
Well, other than Berzo, I've been trying to diversify a little bit. And by diversify, instead of listening to just 70s rock, I've been listening to, 80s as well. I've been, I don't know, most of my musical ventures has just been trying to come up with stuff on guitar, just trying to come up with different tunes. It all sounds a bit medieval. That's probably the Genesis influence. But I've been trying to force myself to do like finger picking techniques and like different time signatures. Just trying to do it all at once, really. I made some very nice sounds.
Have you seen that new young lad who's being called the best guitarist in the world?
Is it the Twink?
I don't know.
Is it the one from Poly? I think it's Poly Fee. I just call him the Twink guitar player. But
he learned to play a normal guitar like a bass player, Barkley, like that.
I sometimes try doing that. Tim Henson.
It might be. That doesn't sound like it. He was on what's the old guy with the white hair show? Rick Beato.
Rick Beato. I like him. People don't like it because he's too anti-modern music, but he says some interesting stuff about the music industry.
He's kind of right though. When he does like the top 10 Spotify songs of the month, they're all shit. He does like modern music. It's just not a lot of it is very good. I think I agree with him.
What would Edward Dutton say? Is it the IQ drain? Is it culture? I would say it's because there's not enough culture, and we don't live in a very inspiring society. Unless you want to make depressing music, maybe make some post-punk. There's not much inspiration, really. I would say there's not much mystical love. There's no Summer of '69. You get WAP, and you get industry plants, and that's about it.
I don't think he's got a problem with modern music because it's modern. He's got a problem with modern music because it's not very good. It's not the fact that it's contemporary. No, the geezer I'm talking about, I'm going to just see if Al knows. Has anyone put it in the chat? Let's have a look.
It's not this guy.
No, it's a geezer called Matteo Mancuso. Special can I see that? Look at that. Scott got it. Scott, you said a few things tonight that I was going to put on the screen, and I got distracted. So you're on form, Mr. Munson, tonight. But yeah, it's absolutely that fella. And I'm about to play a short. I haven't seen it before, so I don't know how good it's going to be. But what do you make of him, Scott? And Scott, are you a musician at all? Hello, only one to serve. Nice to see thee. Still got 90 people here. This is a mega stream. We've done 3 hours. The grift has been fair to middling. You got Entropy at the top, Super Chat at the bottom. Barclay's about to point out the QR code above his head. Barks. There you go. You just put your phone camera over that. They take the least money, and I'll do you a personalised video reply. I mean, if that's not going to sell it to you, I'm just going to check and see if anyone's done that. And I'll say thank you to you now. Got a few of them in yesterday. No, all up to date. Right, I'm going to play this little short by Matteo Mancuso. I haven't heard it, but I watched him on Rick Beato's show. Not particularly my music, but you can't knock. Here we go. You can't knock his technique. That's what I'd say. He just needs to get a bit older, find out how hard life is, and then he'll actually have something to write about. Scott says, I'm a former guitar player. Another great one is Tom Bukovac. I'll check out Tom Bukovac. Let me get a timestamp on this. There you go.
Pete Gabriel does not look like Millennial Ways, Neil Christie, not at all. I look a bit like Peter Gabriel.
Check out Matteo Mancuso. Your hair's looking good, Barkley. Is that just because of your headphones? But it does.
Maybe. I had a shower before I came on.
It looks better like that. That fucking cowlick lark is jokes. So here we go, people. Let me know what you think of this fella.
And with distortion, it sounds more fun. And thanks, man.
Love that.
You can play lines like and with distortion it sounds more fun.
Muted. You're muted. We have the stream.
Yeah, that one was just going round in circles. Let's see if we can find some more.
I generally prefer finger picking to use an actual pick. I just don't like using picks for whatever reason. Finger picking.
He don't. Yeah, this fella doesn't use a pick. It's so weird, but he plays techniques that are usually you'd use a pick for. It's a very strange thing. Let's see if we can find. I just don't want to get yeeted. Oh, this is quite nice. I mean, again, I think this is from the Beato show, a clip. So I'll just run this advert and we'll play it. But again, like I say, the actual songwriting isn't great, but that's just because he's a young man, and you've got to live a little to. But anyway, let's just see. To make sure we do have the audio. But his technique is indisputable, and if he can just, I'm into Syd Barrett, whose technique is very much disputable. So I'm not always into the virtuosos, but I was very impressed with this fella. This is 2 minutes, 20 seconds. We'll play it a bit, see if we can get away with it. Look at his left hand. It's absolutely insane. Check out his left hand. His right hand, sorry. The hand on the left on the screen.
So his technique is really impressive, but a lot of what he's doing, it's just like, I'm not saying that something that I could even come close to doing, but it's just like, oh, let's just quickly spam arpeggios and spam scales to a blues backing track, which is good, but it doesn't feel very creative, I might say.
Who's your favourite band?
Genesis. Steve Hackett had more original sounding stuff, and so did Mike Rutherford.
The thing is, Barkley, I agree with you, and I said that at the beginning. The technique is indisputable, but I wouldn't listen to that music. I wouldn't think, oh, I'll put that on. I put that on.
That's what I'd put if I wanted like a blues backing track, and I want to practice doing improvising on guitar. Maybe with a few less arpeggios in the background because it's a bit distracting. But yeah, his technique's absolutely off the charts. But like,
yeah, and you've got to remember, he's only only about 25 or something, is he?
Yeah, but Genesis, they were about my age when they were,
Oh, fucking Genesis! I'll tell you what, I'm going to give it 5 or 10 years, and you're going to regret it so much. They're so naff.
Is Rush or Yes any better, would you say?
Nope.
King Crimson?
27. Crimson are fucking brilliant.
Anyway, that's only like...
Look, and Barkley, you know this. Nursery Crime, I love it. Foxtrot, I love it. I even like From Genesis to Revelation. But as soon as Gabriel left the band, it's over. Collins is a muppet. He's not a vocalist. He's not a singer. He's a prick.
I think it's when Steve Hackett left the band is when it lost a lot of its core.
But also, hang on, Barkley, we've got if you called me here, you drew me into it again. But I listened to like Nursery Crime and that because I listened to it when I was 15 on acid, right? But it is like little gnomes sort of jumping out of the. Here he is, look at him again, his silver fingers are tinkling in the sunshine, dong, 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 sunshine. It's so cringe, man. It's Jethro Tull, it's fuck off. Come on, it's so stuck in its time. Like, I love it. I love Supper's Ready, right? I love Supper's Ready, but it's nostalgia for me. But when I actually think about it, walking across the sitting room, I turn the television off and sitting beside you. What is that bit? It's been a long, long time, hasn't it? Oh, no. Ding! But There's no real such thing as quality. And if you love it, you love it. That's it. You love it, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Barclay, do you like any of Phil Collins' solo stuff?
Not as much as I like Genesis, but I do like it.
That wasn't the question. You do like it?
Yeah.
Do you like the album No Jacket Required?
I like Susudio. I don't really like many of the most of the songs are shit. To be honest, I wouldn't listen to it. It's like, did you lose my number? Cause But Susudio is it's just a very fun song. It's fun. I don't think it's some great master musicianship, but it's fun. So songs like Against All Odds are they're a lot better.
John Palmer, 2 hearts living in just one mind. It's disgusting. But look. If you like it, you like it. It's just subjective, isn't it? I mean, I imagine there's plenty of things I listen to that you would be like, "Whoa, that is jank, man," and that's all it's about. Nothing is better than anything else. There's no better or worse. Look at that. I can see you down at Pizzazz, JP. 2 hearts, eyeing up the bird with the white stilettos. Yeah. And it all went well until you went to a bit of self love. And she went, "No, I don't," and walked off. Oh, no, that was me and Joe Guest. Sorry. Oh, I wish it could rain. Hello, Raisin Sack. Good to see thee.
I like the music video of Another Day in Paradise, where you just got like all the statistics of homelessness in America. It's like, thank God, millionaire mega trillionaire, gazillionaire Phil Collins is going to tell us about homelessness. And he made a lot of money from homelessness as well from that music video. Maybe he donated all the portions from the album and rated royalties or something. Who knows?
I can't work out. I'm with you, Otto. I just can't. I couldn't do it. No way. So someone, who was it, said that Buster was a cracking tune. I can't work out whether Leon is laughing at Barclay or he's doing a Phil Collins song. Do you recognise that as a Phil Collins song?
Ha 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 ha. I don't know, it could be about 17 songs on a trick of a tail.
One of my mother's friends bought me that for Christmas, Neil, and I had to put it on. And it had the remaining 3 members of Genesis on the cover as spitting image puppets. And I had to sit there when it came out and put it on. Can't you see this is the land of confusion? And I was going, do you like that song, Barclay?
I think that song is symbolic of the boomer mysticism.
Not the question. Do you like it?
I like it.
Right, let's listen to a bit of it then. You're laughing.
There's certain parts of it that do make me cringe. Just I won't be coming home tonight. My generation will put it right. It's just like I just listen to it. It's like yeah. Ironically, because it's like what was put right since that song came out? Nothing. It's gotten worse.
Yeah, Phil Collins.
Maybe my generation.
World after all. Mike, is that the one from Buster? Because you and me, we got a groovy kind of love. Mousecat says, I remember that Against All Odds and Take a Look at Me Now was massive. Oh, Take a Look at Me Now. You couldn't go to the discotheque without hearing that at least twice. Yeah, fair point. That groovy kind of love is awful. What one are you liking, Barclay? Hang on, Barclay. What's your favourite Genesis song?
I don't have a single favourite, but what came to mind was the Fountain of Salmacis on Nursery Crime.
All right. Well, hang on.
You dick.
No, hang on a minute. Look, I've already said I like Nursery Crime, but it is nostalgia. I wouldn't play it if someone. I'd just laugh at it now as I'm about to. But Do you not want me to play it, Barclay?
You can play if you want. It's your channel at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm not doing it to embarrass you. But
I'm not going to be embarrassed. I like the song. I like it. I don't think it's something that appeals to everyone, but I like it. I like the fantasy elements of it. It's nice to listen to. The music, the instrument plays satisfying. The lyrics are a little bit cheesy.
When I said let's have a listen, why did you crack up though?
Because I was just like, because it's a pretty camp song. That point. Away from me, cold-blooded woman, your thirst is not mine.
Yeah.
Nothing will cause us to part. Hear me, oh God.
Right. So we won't play all of it, and we'll probably get yeeted. But let's have a listen. This is one of Barclay's favourite songs. Now, people, age 15, this was on this, and Foxtrot was pretty much on 24/7 one summer at my mate's house. So it's not judging, but we'll have a little listen, see what you think. I'd like to see what the people in the chat think. Peter Gabriel's still singing in the band at this point, which makes it a lot better. Here we go. Try not to think of goblins and things like that.
That's the sound of coming up on acid.
I'll tell you what, Barclay, I haven't heard this for about 35 years, and it's bringing back some memories, man.
It's a really underrated track by him.
Oh, he's changing his tune now. Now I've given him a little bit of support.
The intro is like 3 minutes, by the way. Just in case
Yeah, I'm going to have to just get through to the... Oh, no, that's what I can't handle.
The hunter got sight of a doe in desire for conquest. He found himself within a glade he'd not beheld before. Where are you, my father? Now, just give wisdom to yours. We got like two lyrics going on at the same time there. It's hard to keep track. I think that's that part at least. It's good.
Thank you.
From a dense forest of tall dark pinewood, Mount Ida rises like an island.
No, Bartley, you can't sing over it to keep it quiet so that we can't hear Peter Gabriel.
I'm actually keeping your channel afloat by doing that. That's what you don't realise.
Gabriel's creepy voice. You've got to let us hear it. I see what you're doing there. Come on.
Forest of tall dark pinewood, Mount Ida rises like an island. Within a hidden cave, nymphs had kept a child. Hermaphroditus, son of gods, so afraid of Ella.
No, that's too much.
As the dawn creeped up the sky. So good.
In fairness, you're kind of, I can see that you know it's funny as well. You're too intelligent to know that isn't also a little bit cringe.
It is, yeah.
And that doesn't mean you can't love it, you know.
I used to sing like prog Genesis, just put it on full volume and just sing it as loud as I wanted to when I was at home.
Yeah, I'll sing you a little bit and you tell me the next bit. All right. I'll do a little test on you. If your father was alive, he'd be very, 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 very upset. You just can't jump. Dum, dum, dum.
Don't know that one. Is that Genesis one?
Yeah.
Wait.
Right.
Is it Harold the Barrel?
It is. It is.
I don't know that song very well.
And me and all my mates, much like you then, we'd all have our arms up in the air going, if your father was alive, he'd be very, very, very upset. You just can't jump. Dum, dum, dum. And then it gets slow, and then his mum goes, and like all the others do. I've been there, but I also did go through that phase of thinking, this is a bit shit as well. And
when I was your age, Bartley, I thought Radiohead was the bee's knees.
hang on,
I
Paco.
don't mind Radiohead.
Let me just finish this. Barclay, I did speak earlier of being obsessed with the Doors when I was about 15, 16. And I, you know, if someone like me would have been telling me the Doors were a bit cringe, I just would not have bought it. So you're already ahead of me because you do understand that there is a little bit of something not quite right with it, you know. But I wouldn't have had that at all. I'd have defended it, and I'd have been like, "No, man, you know, he's like Nietzsche." Morrison was like Nietzsche. But you've been surprised how many Doors fans say that. That's a classic Jim Morrison sort of trope. You know, he loved Willie
poet.
Blake. Yeah, he was a
poet.
Have you not read American? I can't even remember what the fucking album's called. It's shit. So yeah, you know, I've been there, and I wasn't. But your dad loved Genesis, didn't he? And so you've got all of that there as well.
Yeah, he did. He did indeed. What
other prog rock do you like? Do you like Van der Graaf Generator?
No, I've heard of him, but I've never really listened to him. But I'm really funny with music. It's like I find one band, I just latch onto them indefinitely. And if not, I just pick like songs that I like and I put them in one playlist. But I don't really listen to the only bands I really listen to are The Police and Genesis. And I've started weaning off of Genesis because it's just I think I was in like the top 0.00065% of listeners for Genesis in 2022 or something mental. And then, I don't know. I don't have any headphones. I don't listen to music when I'm out and about. I don't really listen to as much music.
Fair play, Arklow. Packer, you had something to say, and I just wanted to finish my story, but Arklow has reminded me that I interrupted you. Well, you interrupted me. But...
I was just going to point out that when I was about Barclay's age, I thought Radiohead was the dog's bollocks and wouldn't heard anything said against them.
Yeah, I had that argument with many Radiohead fans when I say, you know, it's just pop music. That's all you've got to say to a Radiohead fan, and they go fucking mad. I love it every time. So they go, it's not pop music. I go, yeah, of course it is. They're just pop musicians. They're in the music industry. Fuck off. They're not. They're special.
Artists.
Yeah.
They're exactly the same as Blur.
There you go. Now, do I like Radiohead? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I like Blur as well.
Yeah, but at the time, it wasn't. Blur didn't, you know, although Blur... I didn't like Blur at the time, weirdly, because at art school, that didn't go down well. You were listening to Polish jazz or nothing. If you started singing Park Life that everyone was listening to back at their houses, nah.
Sounds like art school was a fun place.
I'll tell you what, well, it was, because it actually was in those days. At that college it was, because they just let you... No, I loved it. 3 of the best years of my life. That particular college. So
a friend of mine in art school actually dropped out from doing painting, the painting side of art school, because apparently if all the students are just pressured to do abstract art, and she actually had her own sort of defined art style she had came up with. She was getting shit on for it, so she just dropped out and started doing filmmaking instead, which is quite sad.
Well, not really, but if she'd already got her own defined art painting style, why did she go to art school?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Probably develop her skills and learn some more styles. But apparently, I mean, the takeaway from that is that you just
learn styles, do you? That the contradiction is, how do you teach art? How do you teach it?
Different stroke patterns.
What does that mean? What, painting?
Yeah, different styles.
You can. What they do is they teach you the history of art and the theory of art. You can't actually, like, at that college it was performance art. And I'd done a piece where we beat people up who came to see the piece of work. The piece of work was us beating up anyone who came in the room to see it. And how do you mark that? How do you give that a mark? Yes, you got a B- for that piece. And there was one girl who had some kind of Parkinson's. It wasn't Parkinson's, but something like that. She shook all the time. And she had about 100 little night nurse beakers. You know, the lid of a bottle of night nurse is a little tiny beaker. and she had them all lined up on this table, 100 of them, and she had about 4 1 litre bottles of water, and she just like wanted to top up all these little night nurse lids, but she couldn't fucking do it and that was why she done it, right? So the thing was, as the audience, it was really unpleasant watching this girl who couldn't keep her hands still, just knocking them over. She didn't feel one up. And what made it, and this is a bit cuntish, they couldn't stop you from laughing because there's no rules to performance art. And me and my mates, we'd do acid, we'd be drunk, we'd be stoned, whatever. Sometimes, like there was this one geezer, and all his work was about self-harm. Like he got into an ice bath once, and we were just crying with laughter. Me and my mates and they can't say, "Oh, stop laughing, this isn't funny," because you just say to them, "Well, hang on, what you get to choose how the audience reacts to a piece of work." No, that's not how it works. Like, this is hilarious. Look at him. It looks like he's body popping. He was going, oh, oh. Another time, he tied himself up in some climbing gear, but he deliberately tied it on wrong, right? And he was hanging from this ceiling bar in an art studio. And it was really awkward because no one knew when it started. When is this piece of work starting? And he went, okay, it's starting now. And nothing happened. He was still just hanging there. But his face started like going bright red, and his lips started going purple. And the tutor, we're all just laughing. And the tutor went, "Mark, do you need some help?" He went, "No." And it was like, "Are you sure?" And about 5 minutes later, she said, "Are you sure?" And he went, "Help me." And oh man, when you're stoned. But at that course, they'd take us out in the gardens, in the beautiful Dartington gardens in the summer, obviously, and we'd have our lectures outside. And students would just get out pre-rolled bifters, be sitting down in the garden with the lecturer talking, just stoning away. Fucking great days, man. You can't knock all that. Can't get away with that anymore.
It's health and safety smoking bifters in a garden.
Do you know what I mean? Alexander sent out a membership. Nice one, Alex. Someone would have got hold of that. The most exclusive membership streams on the planet. Nice one, Alexander. Prasha Canal too.
I've never really been drawn to. The only thing I've ever been drawn to artistically in my life is music, because my motor skills are just absolutely just wank. I'm so bad at drawing. My handwriting's abysmal. So it's just I've never been able to ever get defined art style. I'm just not very creative in that way, I guess. But at least with music, you can kind of come up with things.
Thank you for that, Hans. Falco with jank, though. What do you mean a defined art style?
By defined art style, I mean sort of for an example, sort of like what is it Van Gogh? Is that what I'm thinking of? Van Gogh, he had his defined. I was a guy who made Starry Nights. I feel like I'm getting my name wrong there.
No, he did paint Starry Night.
He had his defined style. But I can't produce anything of quality with my hand and a pen. So it's just.
Yeah, but how much time have you put into it?
I've fidgeted around. The only thing I've sort of come up with is my own way of like drawing fonts, where it's like all with like straight and diagonal lines, and all the letters are sort of like merging into one. So I take like a name or something like that. I try make it fill up as the least amount of space possible, but still make it legible. And then like different. I could try to draw an example now.
Please don't.
No, well I won't then. Fine.
But I don't know what you're talking about writing now, though. Surely.
No, drawing.
Barclay, what is art?
It's just one of those questions where it's like trying to pin jelly to a wall with a dart.
Hang on, what the question is?
Yeah, the answer is artists try to pin jelly to a wall with a dart.
No, but just say you're throwing shit now, Danger. Stop it.
What? No, what do you think? What do you? I'm coming to you next, Packer. Don't worry about that. What do you think it is?
All these broad different definitions come to mind. Is it a manifestation of contemporary
culture? You're assuming I know. I don't know. I'm just asking you what you think it is.
It's someone's creative output.
Like a bricklayer.
Could be art. Conservatories could be art if they were done nice enough. Well, I guess any conservatories are. It was designed by someone with an artistic nature in mind, trying to make it look presentable.
What about a urinal?
Urinal. Guess there could be some artistry to it. It'd be a very commercial form of art, but it's still there. They have to make the urinals at least look appealing for someone to want to buy it, because there's some artistry there. I don't think I'm reaching.
Do you think a urinal in a gallery would be a commercial piece of art?
It probably is a commercial piece of art nowadays. That's probably not a joke. I'm sure it is. Someone's definitely put that in a gallery. You can look it up.
I don't need to. I'm just looking for the date. Marcel Duchamp put a urinal. He wrote Armut on it and put it in a gallery in 1917, I think it was. I can't quite find it. And it absolutely blew. Oh, I never knew that. It blew the minds of the people at the time.
Yeah.
But what you've got is something taken in. The framing of it has changed. You know, they were people saw them in toilets all around the place, but you put it in an art gallery. Whereas, 10, 20 years before that, you'd have like Monet and Pissarro and the likes in art galleries. So when I said about a bricklayer, what if a bricklayer laid 5 bricks and then 5 more on top? Is that art?
Would depend on the framing. I wouldn't consider it art.
Good. You wouldn't?
No.
So
I'd say if someone came to me, this is just, I never went to art school, but if someone came to me with 5 bricks and another set of 5 bricks and told me that's art, I would say, and tried to pass stuff as that, I would say, you're a self-indulgent wanker, worse than Rick Wakeman. And at least Rick Wakeman had talent. That's what I would probably say.
Mike's on the firm.
Unless they seemed hard, and I thought they might be on gear and punch me because they're a bricklayer.
But why? So what's your criteria for art and not art? Because you did say that a urinal could be art, a commercial piece of art. It's something we usually have a piss.
I can warp it into thinking a definition of art, but I personally wouldn't consider it anything of some great artistry, unless someone's trying to make the point of making the most regal, beautiful urinal possible.
All right, so you've just used the word, so you've used it. So what is artistry?
Artistry. Well, it depends on the framing. Okay, to try and give you an actual answer, artistry is creative output. I don't think putting 5 bricks on top of another 5 bricks, I don't think that's creative output.
1 second, Bartley. Alexander G has very generously gifted 20 Dangerfield memberships. I think, as I always say, you have to have in your YouTube account, you have to set it up to accept them. So if you haven't got that, you might want to do it. But that's very generous and very kind of you, Alexander. Much appreciated. And he's done that a few times, bless him. Nice one, Alex.
Very generous guy.
So you do draw a line, so to speak, of what is artistry and what isn't artistry. What does something have to contain for you to call it art?
Effort comes to mind.
Yeah, but laying 5 bricks on top of 5 other bricks, doing it well, getting all the cement right, and getting it all proper and straight. That's effort, isn't it?
Is there any flair to it? I reckon I could probably learn. Knowing the people that I knew who went into bricklaying, I don't think it's the hardest thing to learn how to do.
Okay, so now it's about it being hard to do. So it's not just effort. So we've got effort, hard to do. I mean, that's a bit cuntish to bricklayers. Bricklaying's a fucking hard job. Anyone
I don't doubt it's a hard job, but there's not really much for creative output in.
Well, you try and build a house out of bricks, and I'll tell you what,
that's not doing 10 bricks.
Yeah, but the actual art of laying bricks, you know, people are going to live in these properties, and you look at a side of a wall, it's near perfect, and they do it with a bit of string. So, okay, but I'm not, okay, so effort, hard work, did you say? Hard work and effort.
That comes under it. And like I said, creative output is a creative. It's not much of a creative. Building a house could be a creative exercise if you're, you know, I wouldn't really say laying the bricks is much of a creative exercise. You're following the schematic and the blueprints you've already been given.
So what's creative? So we're building up your criteria: effort, hard work, and creativity. So how do we define creativity? I mean, what about Tracy Emin? She one of her most famous works is an unmade bed.
Yeah, I know that one.
Is that art? Is Tracy Emin's unmade bed art?
No.
So you're disagreeing with
it is if you frame it like it's art, but personally, I just think what load of bollocks. It's just self-indulgent. Trying to be Rick Wakeman.
I concur.
Why is that self-indulgent?
Well, where's the creative output? Where's the effort? And unmade bed.
Mean? I don't. People say it all the time, don't they? What does it mean?
This is a repeat of another stream that happened. Self-indulgent. How do I define self-indulgent? Might be the wrong. I would say in this case, maybe it would be the poor term to use self-indulgent, but it's trying to create this level of mystique and intellectualism where there really is none. And there's nothing impressive about having an unmade bed. Girls aren't particularly in bed.
Is there something impressive about being the most talked about artist of a generation by works of art like an unmade bed, perhaps?
I'd say it's a very undeserved title. If it's the work of art is an unmade bed, you've not really put in any effort. It's just very snobbish.
But previously you said if you reframe something, it's art.
Other people might consider it. If you frame it like it's art, it is art to some people, but not to me.
Okay, so what is art? So you have got a criteria. That's what I'm trying to establish. I just want to know what you think art is.
Art is one of those things. It's hard to find a tangible definition for what is art. It's hard to find something that would always meet the criteria, because I might consider something a work of art that doesn't meet the criteria, or something.
What do you like, Barclay, and why? What do you...
Well, I'm going to use a very easy example here. I like the band Genesis, and the reason why I like Genesis more than some other bands is because
you really talking about Genesis?
Well, Pack has asked me what art do I like and why I like it, and
why does it feel the criteria of art for you?
There's clear levels of effort put in. They are at least trying to do something new, which trying to do something new isn't necessary with art. Maybe Chris will say, well, we were trying to do something new.
Come on, just tell.
Okay. They're trying to put in more effort. They're trying to be original, and they're trying to make things that are, observably meaningful to some people. At least try to have some more deeper connotations, or sometimes it's drawing from, the historical output of previous generations. So say the song Fountain of Salmacis, for example, was drawing inspiration from, the stories of Hermaphroditus. And the nymph queen. So there's at least there's some cultural ties there. It might mean something to someone if you've interested in sort of ancient mythology. That's drawing on something creative and turning it into another form of art. Take it from a book to a song or a story.
Backing up the effort and the talent that they've got and put into it. And therefore,
they were skilled. Yeah, they were skilled musicians as well, which makes it sound more appealing. But you don't necessarily have to be a skilled musician to make something sound appealing at the same time. I don't think I'm very skilled at playing the guitar, but I feel I could make something that sounds good.
I slagged off Falco a while ago, and Hans said that Falco was the first white rapper, and is that Epigony or Epigon from Bowie? it's because you don't understand the word German. Yeah, probably. In fairness, I couldn't even tell you what Falco was. I remember them when they were about. But what?
Okay.
What's he gone to get? Is it? He's got back to all roads lead back.
Yeah, he needs to answer that question where the answer isn't Genesis. You know, where it's.
The thing is, he assumes I know. I haven't got a fucking clue. That's what's interesting about it. But that's what I think that's the takeaway really from this conversation. That's what makes art interesting for me. Thank you, Hans. I will look into Falco. So I'll play a bit. I'll set some up. So Barclay, do you think that Genesis has a social, cultural, and historical function that's equivalent to, say, Van Gogh or Andy Warhol?
I would say maybe not on the same scale, but a lot of different bands and a lot of different musicians, they might not always like to admit it, but some will eventually come out and say, oh yeah, I was massively inspired by early Genesis. Even weirdly, Primus is Les Clay. I know you didn't like Primus, Chris, but Les Claypool was heavily inspired by Peter Gabriel Era Justice. Made completely just you couldn't get more polar opposite music. But in that sense, you've had a cultural impact.
Why do you think when you go to art school, if you look in a book about the history of art, why do you think Genesis isn't in it?
Depend on the history that you're looking for. Feels relevant to whatever field you're looking. If you're looking, say, the history of progressive rock, you might find it. Maybe if you look into the history of music as a whole, you'd find more classical Renaissance era music, because that's where sort of the boundaries were set.
But we were talking about art. Let's not talk about music. What art do you like?
Outside of music, not really much.
But you know what it is?
In the frame of music, I think I can.
No, we're not talking about. I don't want to talk about music.
Now I go to a place. If I go to London, if I'm taking a girl on a date, I'll take her to the Wallace collection maybe, and I'll look at the paintings there, and I appreciate what I'm looking at, but I don't understand it very intimately. Yeah, I appreciate the time and effort was put into producing what I looked at, and it's it's nice. It's like looking into a time capsule, almost. Time capsule might be the wrong way of framing it. I find it interesting. But like I said, I'm not very intimately into art.
Do you think art has a social function in 2024?
I think art will always naturally have a social function, as it's a production of the culture. That's how I'd like to, at least one element of art you could find is it's sort of symbolic of whatever the contemporary culture is. So I would say it would sort of indefinitely always have a function.
Tracy Emin's Unmade Bed.
Sign of a dying culture. Cultural decline.
Is there a place for that? Do we need that?
I think historically it shows that culture has been going downhill. So maybe in that sense, it does serve a function. It serves.
So there's a historical function to art.
Yeah.
Like you said about a time capsule. So it's like a record of the era in which it was made.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, even saving sort of, I know you don't want to talk about music, but if you look at the music being produced now, you said earlier that the modern music is naff. Well, yeah, it's just because we have a low cultural output.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think modern music is naff. I mean, it depends what you mean by modern, doesn't it? I mean, the art world is a bizarre and frankly anti-intellectual place because they described their era as modernist in like 1940.
Contemporary might be a better phrasing.
Did they not think of the problem when that era passed?
And then you get postmodern.
Well, there you go. And then where are we now?
Neo-modern.
Alexander has been a member for 3 months, and he says, I love this scrub community. Bless you, Alexander. So do I. Really do.
Just make about 2 years worth of members for you.
You've been in more than 3 months, haven't you, Alexander? What do you say, Packer?
He's just subbed you a load of members.
I know. I put that one up. He's done it. He frequently does it. Amazing. Good lad. Barclay, is there a thing? Can we talk? Not. I don't mean this like literally, but can one talk of high art and low art? Before you answer, nice one, Mousecat. Mousecat's made a $15 donation into Entropy. He says, can art not be contextual? I.e., the everyday stuff can be art if it's understood or explained what it may represent. I'll read that again. Can art not be contextual? I.e., the everyday stuff can be art. So I imagine you're talking about Tracy Emin's bed, for instance. Can be art if it is understood or explained what it may represent. So nice one, Mousecat. It's an interesting question, but here's the problem I'd have with that. If it needs explaining, like maybe a pamphlet or a conversation with the artist, in the case of Tracy Emin's bed, do you need the unmade bed? You could just have the pamphlet, or you could just talk to Tracy Emins. Do you see what I mean? I see a lot of. When I used to live in England, I'd go to a lot of modern galleries, and there'd be pamphlets and things next to the piece explaining it. And I'm thinking, well, if you need to explain it, I don't really need the actual work. Because you've written it, and now it's writing. That's writing now. That picture or that photo or that installation is kind of irrelevant now because you've told me the story.
Not much left up to interpretation. It's like I remember when we were reading Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in high school. And I remember when it gets to like the last 2 chapters where it basically just explains what was actually going on the entire story. I thought that's a bit of a shit ending. It's like you just told me what to think. I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Same with JB Priestley's and Spectacles. Fuck me, I hated that book in high school for similar reasons. It wasn't creative. It was just like, I'm going to say self-indulgent. I'm going to use the word self-indulgent. It's up to interpretation what I mean by this. But it's like, hi, I'm a socialist, and I'm going to write about how evil capitalism is. And I'm going to make all these characters evil caricatures of capitalism. Oh, look, this character just said the Titanic's unsinkable. And I, as a socialist, 20 years after this book is set, know that the Titanic sunk. Oh, look how stupid capitalism. God, what a shit book. What shit they teach us in high school.
Yeah,
I was really good at English, though. Really good. Got an A-star.
Did you hear that Steve Bannon was teaching civics when he was in prison? He was teaching civics to the other prisoners. Amazing.
Don't know why I teach other prisoners, but I don't have to worry about that anymore.
I can't see it happening, but I'd love Trump to put Bannon somewhere in the government. Bannon's a political genius.
He was the more right-wing side of the more nationalist side. I can't remember. Bannon was around when I was like 13, so it's a bit hard to recall too much about him.
Hello, Pags. I didn't know you were on the firm, son. Yeah, I mean, I like that work. I do like. Well, the thing is, I don't know the answers to these questions, but that's what's beautiful about it. That's what's beautiful. I mean, a lot of the dissident right slag off modern art, which they never can define anyway. Not in my experience.
I think when people talk of modern art, they're morely just thinking of like you know, when you get a blank canvas and it's being passed off as art, and it's like someone maybe put a slash of paint if you're lucky. I went to a
But why isn't that art? Because you still haven't been able to define art, but then you go and tell me something that isn't art.
I would say the element of why people, the element that's missing from it, I think, for most people is effort and creativity.
Why is effort? Why is that? Look, I don't know the answers. I'm not getting at you here. But if you're gonna give me if you're gonna hit me with these answers, I'm going to challenge them, because why is effort important in art? And I'm asking you that because I want to know why you think that. Andy Warhol, you must have heard of Andy Warhol. You know the images because they're so ubiquitous. He didn't even make them. He had other people make them. You know, he just told them what to do. That's effortless. But why do you consider effort? Why is that? Do you like beauty in art? Is that something important to you?
Yeah. I think that might be a word that's been missing from what I should have been describing. But yeah, beauty might be one thing. Obviously, people then say, "What is beauty? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. It's subjective." But where I was going with that story was I went to an exhibition for the Norwich Uni of Arts. So
when I tried to shop off. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I went to the exhibition for the Norwich Uni of Arts. And I had to just look around. It was just all the exact same. It was like, okay, so we've got a blank canvas, and then we've got a blank canvas, and then we've got a blank canvas. And then there were like a few things, but 90% of it, you could see some people actually cared about what they did. And then you can see, you know, Mummy sent me to art school.
42, that's why I don't listen to him, because he doesn't listen. That's why I just keep going.
Everyone else sits here and listens to both of you. It's brilliant.
Barclay.
It's like two dementia patients talking to each other sometimes.
But you can't define it. You can't say what it is. You can't say what it isn't. You say it's self-indulgent, then you say you don't know what self-indulgent means. You say it requires effort, but you can't tell me why. And these are whoa. And these are quite important subjects in our culture. Art is an important subject. The state of art is important. You know, mythology doesn't exist without art. Tradition, culture, things like that. And when you say things with such certainty that I can just wipe off the face of time by asking you what it means, you need to think a little bit more about it. You know, I can't tell you what art is, but that's the beauty of it, because it allows us to have conversations where we learn, and we learn about culture, and we learn about history, we learn about society. You know, art has been with us since civilization. You know, people started leaving marks. People built stone circles. People built monoliths. People created things. And then in the 20th century, a bloke put a pisser in a Marcel Duchamp put a pisser in a gallery in France. What's his name? Jackson Pollock poured a load of paint pissed out of his head over massive canvases that are still in the Georges Pompidou Centre in Paris and would cost you about $25-50 million to own. So I think we have to be a little bit more careful when talking about these things. I think we need to think about them a bit more. And when I say we, I mean you.
I would say, like you said, it's hard to define. People give different definitions, and people have different tastes in art. So it could not be.
Look, I don't think you're thinking about it. I've
been thinking about that.
I don't think you thought about anything I just said. You've just gone off on one. Go off on it.
Well, that's what was on my mind. I was thinking more about art, I was thinking, how can we define it? I would say different people like different art for different reasons. Is it not something that could be instinctual, very heavily dependent on the culture that you were brought up in? So say, Indian drumming, for example, might not be as appealing to me, but it might be more appealing to an Indian. So there's a cultural connection there. It's something that has some sort of instinctual relativism to, say, an Indian compared to me, not an Indian. And that might be a large part. That might be why a lot of, say, nationalists or right-wing people would oppose, modern art, which is, let's just say, for example, the blank canvas type work, is because nationalists are more...
Whoa. What is this blank canvas you keep talking about?
A blank, as it says in the tin.
Huh?
As it says on the tin. Blank, that's what people think when they think of modern art. They either think of abstract art, which I don't understand very intimately, or they think of like the blank canvas money laundering and stuff like that. That's what people talk about.
Do you know Mark Rothko?
No.
One of the most famous 20th century painters. Let me find one of his. This is called...
I do remember learning about this in graphic design, I think. Just didn't know the name.
So you do know Mark Rothko?
Not by name, but it was mentioned in graphic design.
This is one of Mark Rothko's. What do you make of this? Is this art? Hang on. That's about 9 foot by about 4.5 foot. Paint on canvas.
Doesn't have any meaning to me. Might be some people, they might consider it art.
Okay, so you've brought meaning into the phrase as well. So do you think there's a lot of effort gone into that?
No.
So you don't think Mark Rothko spent about 40 years studying art to get to that?
To me, I can't see the fruits of the labour of studying art for 40 years. I'd hope I could come up with something more interesting or more meaningful.
So what would that... Hang on. So what would that be? So you'd hope you could come up with something more interesting. So now we've got effort, beauty, fruits of labour, no self-indulgence, and interesting. What would you paint?
If I had the skills, I would paint... I would paint more interested in painting like scenescapes, or maybe pictures of mountains, of skies, of cities, or where... I don't know why that's funny. I've given you an honest answer. A dockyard from the 1600s. When I go around, say like the Wallace collection, all the paintings that really interested me the most, it wasn't really the portraits or the pictures of people. It was the scenes that were painted. That's just my personal taste in art. I like paintings of scenes.
You like landscapes?
Yeah, landscapes. Active cities. Maybe a woman sitting on a wearing a white robe with one of the boobs poking out. She's got a lamb by her feet or something like that. That sort of art.
Have we not? Hasn't that all been done though? Didn't that all? Have we not been through that phase, or would you like to go back to it?
I wouldn't mind going back to it.
Would you like contemporary artists to be painting photorealist images of landscapes?
I'm imagining the big, giant metal conglomerate-owned sandwich factories in the middle of the countryside with gangfuls of foreign labour turning up to make sandwich with blue nets on their head.
It's a very odd angle. The modern landscape, but
the old factory ones, like they used to do.
It was strange bit of symbolism, Fitzy. I will give you that. Or you can, Pizzle. You can come on if you want. Hello, Lulu. Lulu thinks art is personal to the individual. It's how it makes you feel. Is art about feelings?
I think, obviously my own personal opinion, but I like things to be uplifting and we just.
Pizzle's coming on. Pizzle's got the
like.
answers. Pizzle's got the answers. He's demanded the link.
I'll send you a photo on Telegram, Chris.
Hello, Spanish chicken. How are you, son? Good to see you. This has been a mega stream. It's 4 hours, people.
What's your record longest stream?
Well, I'm going to do a 12-hour one. I've decided.
I promised to spend some time with my wife this evening, so I'm going to go very shortly. Okay.
Not a problem. We've done 4 hours, mate. Pizzle, look at that face, the face of a man who's ready to put the world of art right.
He's got that behind him. I don't have any art. I've got like a portrait of one in the background.
Everyone, Packer, thank you very much, man. That's a lot of your time. Give Packer some love in the chat, can you, people? Enjoy yourself, mate, and I'll talk to you soon. Nice one, Packer. Always appreciated.
Cheers, everyone.
Nice one, Packer.
Ta-da.
Packer, I will miss our debriefing, but we'll maybe do it another night.
We'll catch up another time.
Wouldn't be the same without you, Packer. We love you, man.
Right. He's had a few of those car packies or whatever they're called. His eyes are
I've not. It's just, unmade bed. People really have a go at unmade bed as if it's just been thrown there, as if it's just, just been thrown there. It's been thought about. Every element of it has been thought about. You know what I mean? Someone couldn't just someone off the street, who's not an artist, couldn't do that. Couldn't do it. I mean, they could just throw the stuff there. Yeah, they could throw it. They could throw it there. But every element of it, every dimp in that ashtray, the placement of the ashtray, the placement of everything. I know she does it different every time, but the placement of everything, every crease in that quilt, everything is deliberately and has been thought about. It's art. It is art. It's not just been thrown there. That's what bugs me about it. People think it's just been thrown there. It's just, she's just thrown it. Oh,
Pizzle, can you define art?
No, I don't know. Probably not. Who can? But that was it? Rothko. That
the painting was the blue with
the
dark.
Yeah. That's not the same as unmade bed. That's anyone could do that. I mean, anyone could. You could drag someone up the street, give them some paint, give them a canvas.
Doesn't everyone get out of a bed in the morning and have an unmade bed left behind?
Yeah, they do. But that's not.
I am looking at unmade bed now, and I don't know how tactical they were with how it's all set up, but I think that's just a bed of like every girl who lives in like a single bedroom flat on her own. But it's not. Yeah. It's not unique. Which maybe does that have to be unique? Maybe not. But I don't see it.
But she's not just got out of that bed. She's actually gone there and set that up, hasn't she? She's not just got out of the bed and pissed off and then it's there. She's had to arrange that. And like I say, every placement of every crease in the quilt, the ashtray, every dimp in it, everything has been placed. I don't know what to say.
Pizzle, what if she said to you, it doesn't matter to me?
What do you mean?
What if you said that to Tracy Emmons and she said, to be honest with you, I'd just throw that duvet on top of it?
Well, I guess then I'd be wrong, wouldn't I?
But would that matter to you?
Yeah.
What does it mean to you?
What it means to me, the art of it. It's hard to. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I saw this show once, and it was a documentary about this radio station, and the camera sort of zoomed round this studio, and it showed. You could tell it was a mess, but you could tell it had been set up like that. Do you know what I mean? You could tell there was like a half-eaten burger in a McDonald's wrapper, and you could tell it had been set up like that. It was basically art. It's been set up like that. That homemade bed is set up. It's not just thrown there. Every placement of every element has been thought about.
And that's important to you, that everything's considered.
Yeah. That's what makes it art.
In that Mark Rothko painting, I would imagine, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
He didn't just pick random colours. He chose, he painted them. He didn't make arbitrary decisions, did he?
Yeah. No. And anyone that likes it and considers it art, I wouldn't say no. You're fucking joking. But
yeah, let me put this one to the pair of you and the chat. In 2001, there's a British artist called Michael Landy. And he done a piece of work called Breakdown. And he made like a conveyor belt. I think, if I remember rightly, he had a few helpers. And he destroyed every single thing he owned. But not only destroyed, so if it was like a vape like this, it would come along, it would have been taken apart to all its smallest parts, and then all the metal had gone in one bin, all the plastic in another, whatever. And all the photos were shredded, everything. And by the end of it, he owned nothing.
Right.
Nothing. And it was quite it was considered quite a relevant piece of work.
Right. But
what is that? Is that worthwhile? Is that a thing? Should we be doing that as a society? Is that the sign of a healthy culture? Or
well, if you're asking my opinion on it, I don't think that is a piece of
all his photos of his family that he'd ever had, letters from ex-girlfriends. He ended up he ended up with the boiler suit he was wearing before he started. That's all he had left.
Yeah, well, you could call it a piece of performance art, but that's different. I don't know. That's performance art in it, and I wouldn't say anyone's wrong for liking it. But I've really come on here now to talk about Unmade Bed. I really want to defend it. Anything else is art. If someone likes it and someone's worked on it, then it is art.
So that's your criteria. Someone, and could that be an individual? If one person likes it and one person put effort in, it's art.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
is to someone.
Why are there some people, according to that criteria? Why do we have artists who are separate from the rest of us? Because
they make a habit out of it.
Well, because not everyone could do that unmade bed. Not everyone could do it. I think I could do it because I think I'm a bit artistic, but someone off the street who's not got a clue about art couldn't do that unmade bed. They could have a go, and it wouldn't look the same. Not to my eyes, not to someone who's cultured like me.
I think I could do it personally. Just looking at the elements, so I think I could convincingly recreate something with the same effect.
For me, the interesting thing about Tracy Emin's unmade bed, is that she got herself to a position where the whole country, it seemed like, was talking about an unmade bed.
Yeah, and more than half the country was saying, "Fucking hell, it's fucking shit. I could do that." It's just an unmade bed, but no, it's not just an unmade bed. It's in an art gallery. she's had to go there and she's had to set it up. So every element, every crease, every dimp in the ashtray, the placement of the ashtray, you know, everything about it. It's not just been thrown there; it's been considered.
Let's listen to Tracy Emin's talking about her unmade bed getting a bit messy. Hang on.
So many things about that bed don't relate to my life anymore. So it's like a time capsule of a woman living in the 90s in a real world. It's not just about how through sadness. My bed, you know, it's really different in lots of ways from when I, first made it. It's like Nick pointed out, the Orangina bottle has probably seen better days, and I said, so's everything else, you know. But it's a statement of history, and now it's in safe hands with Count Durkheim and with Tate. It will never change from this. People get tearful. But, yeah, it means something to me. I feel pathetic. But, you know, there's things on that bed which have no place in my life anymore, you know. That bed belonged to a young woman or a girl. And, you know, the next, like Nick said, hopefully in 20 or 30 years' time, the bed will be here. I won't be, probably.
So in 20 or 30 years, that bed, which is in the Tate Modern, will still be there. I think Tracy Emin's was the R word in that bed, if I remember rightly.
Right, I don't know. I couldn't really hear what she was saying, but
it was very quiet. Apologies.
Yeah, I can read meaning into it. Meaning can be found when you look for it. I can't with the one with teal and blue squares, but with Tracy Emin's, what I'm reading into this is you've got it's supposed to be symbolic of a young woman whose life is in chaos and she's not taking care of herself, and you know, the lack of care is symbolic within the piece itself. You know, you can see the alcohol, the cigarettes, the mess, the untidiness. The bed doesn't look particularly clean itself.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever she said, I really don't care about all that. What makes it art to me is not, you know, it means this or it means that. It's how it's been made. It's how it's been considered, how it's been set up.
It's
you know what I'm saying?
common. It's the effort element.
It's the effort. Yeah, it's like the ashtray has been placed in a certain way. Every dimp in that ashtray has been put there in a certain way. Whatever it means to her, it means like, oh, my life was this and that. It's all bullshit. I don't care about that. It's how it's been made.
Why isn't it the same with the Rothko painting?
Well, I guess it's. I don't know, because the Rothko painting, like you say, you could drag someone off the street. They could throw some paint at a canvas, and then you could take it to a gallery, put it on the wall, and art people would say, "Oh, you know, it's this and it's that."
Hang on, no, but here's I'll question that, because like Jackson Pollock did that. He poured paint on, but so anyone can do that. Any one of us three can pour paint out of tins onto a canvas.
Well, no. Again, I don't think that. No, to be honest.
But well, I reckon me and Bartley.
I reckon I could.
Yeah, I just did say that, but
the thing is,
it's
they sell for millions. But why aren't we making millions out of pouring paint on canvas?
I don't know, because
frame it well enough. We're not important enough.
But why not? What made Jackson Pollock? He was just a pisshead. He was an alcoholic who just spent.
Do you have our credentials beforehand, or?
Yeah, well, you've got to be an art. I bet art. I don't know about Jackson Pollock, but I bet he could draw. I bet he could draw a nice picture of a parrot. I bet he could draw. I bet he was an artist. Do you know what I mean?
Is it just marketing? Is that really the ultimate conclusion that art is just marketing, like everything?
I just want to go back to something you were both talking about 5 minutes ago, where we got onto meaning. Is it about meaning? Is art about meaning?
Not to me, no.
It is to me. There you go. There's a subjective, instinctual thing there. what Pizzle considers
All
art.
right,
Just what I
Barclay.
consider art.
Barclay, so
Talk to you
what
about.
does a painting of a landscape mean?
Which personally touches on beauty for me.
But you can go to the landscape and see that.
You can. It's nice to have it localized in one particular area.
An actual landscape with the wind, the sounds, the smells, the history, condensed into like 3 foot by 2.
Well, obviously not, because you can only have a visual aspect of it.
So
but if it's good enough piece of art, it can evoke those sorts of emotions. I mean, you can imagine what a painting of Grimsby Harbour smells like.
But wouldn't it be better to go
balance.
there? If that meant something to you, wouldn't it be better to go to the actual place?
Yeah.
I've gone out my way to go to places of great art. I've done hikes. When I go if I go hiking up a mountain,
I'm doing YouTube.
With something.
Susan, I'm on live on YouTube, love. I'll call you in the week. All right, love. Bye. Auntie Susan.
Auntie Susan.
The most beautiful place I've been to was a mountain in Austria. That
I don't care. Right, I'm going to cut this off now. I'm going to ask you both the same question. Can you define what art is? And if you can't, how have you managed to make claims about art that you just have done over the last sort of 20 minutes?
Starting with our pal.
Right. I can only define what art is for me, and there's 2 different kinds of art, isn't there? There's the art that takes a lot of skill, like landscapes and all that, which is fantastic and it's great. And there's the other kind of art, like that Rothko painting, an unmade bed. And in that kind of art, to me, it's all about the process and how it was made and how it was considered and the placement of every element. There's a lot of thought that goes into it, and that's what makes it art to me.
Where does so you've got 2 arts there. You've outlined 2. Where does one end and the other start? How do you distinguish the 2?
I don't, Chris. No, Chris. There's the art, like the landscapes, that a lot of skill and that. But I believe that someone that's doing like unmade bed and that painting, I believe those people are still very artistic, and if they wanted to, they could do the landscapes and all that, and they are very artistic because they've got an eye for it. They've got an eye for it. Do you know what I mean? That's why unmade bed's not just something that's just been thrown there. Every element is considered. I've said it a few times. Considered. That's the word. Every element is considered and it's placed and it's thought about. It's not just thrown there.
Yeah, but again, and I've said it to you a few times, same as the Rothko painting.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't just go like this and make. He considered every mark he made, every color.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
But you can't define art as you're saying that. You can't. You're sticking with that.
Well, my word for art, if I'm going to give one word, it's considered. There you go. That's my.
Like a bridge.
Yeah.
A bridge over the M25 is considered, isn't it? Otherwise, it'd fall down.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think that's art. Yeah, definitely.
A trowel.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice one, Pizzle. I really appreciate your input. Amazing. Give him some love in the chat, people. Not an easy competition. Nice one, Pizzle.
Thanks for having me back on, Chris. See you later. Bye now.
Anytime. Barclay, where are we then? Can you define art now? Do you think you've got any?
I think what our pal said was You can only define art as what you see in it, and I think that's just basically the simplest way. But art is what you want it to be.
Whoa, slow down. Say all that again.
Like what our pal said, you can only define what is art to yourself. And
hang on. I want these are quite complicated concepts. You can only define what art is to yourself. Now, think about that. Because if you can only define it to yourself, what value has that got? Because how do we have any shared experiences?
Because some people's taste in art will be similar to each other. There can at least be a sort of overlap. Say people
so some kind of consensus.
Yeah, if you look for certain qualities in art, if you find, say, a piece of art has qualities in common with each other, you can at least appreciate the artisticness. Say if you find quality, or let's say, let's go to effort. Let's say if effort is something that you factor as important in art, you could find a large-scale painting. So someone might not like a large painting of a landscape impressive, but they might like, something, a band they like, they think is done difficult or technical music. They might say, oh, there's some effort has been put into there. So they can appreciate how both would be art in itself without having to appreciate it necessarily.
Barclay.
It's the same with my friend Anna. She makes art. I think it looks like shit, but I can appreciate that there's effort put in.
Barclay, name one Renaissance painter, one Impressionist, one Modernist, and one Postmodernist.
You're asking because I can't, because I don't know enough about art and its history. Right, I didn't go to art school.
But you have some very fixed ideas that have also changed over the conversation. Meaning that is up to you, that is individual to you. Effort. What were the other ones that you said?
Beauty.
And you like landscapes.
Yeah, these are the things I appreciate in art. Those is what I appreciate in art.
Okay, yeah, all right. Name one painting of a landscape that you like.
I cannot think of its name, but you'll probably know the one I mean. There's two paintings that are considered sort of connected to each other. You've got, it's sort of like a plane. You've got horses and carriages sort of coming towards you. Someone might actually know what it was. I saw it in the Tate Britain, I think, or the Tate Modern. Might not have been. I can't remember where I saw it. I don't remember the names of roads, to be honest, Chris. So get me. I can remember. I know the paintings that I'm thinking of. I can't think of the names of them. But yeah, there's two paintings. They're sort of done in similar nature. On the right half, it's sort of more of like a almost like swampy, well-trodden forest area. With horses and carts moving in one direction. There's there's fucking chickens and stuff like that. And the other side is a field with more open plains land. So you've got the gradient of dark to light on each side.
Gradient of dark to light. Barclay's pastoral landscapes. Amazing conversation. Thank you, Barclay.
It might actually have been John Constable.
It is John Constable. It's exactly the one. You're talking about the Haywain. Barclay, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for taking part in that. Not an easy conversation for anyone. Nice one. Give Barclay some love in the chat, people. Let him know. He stood up well there. I mean, it was all nonsense, but he tries.
Modern art. Should buy a Home Party membership. Take care. Bye-bye.
I was going to say something to you that would have actually helped you. But there you go. Right. Steerpike dropped 10 squid in. Is Jim Bowen on Bullseye? We might do another Bullseye reaction stream soon, Steerpike. Thanks for reminding me. Nice one for the support. Hans donated again. Art is an expression of philosophy. Is a landscape an expression of philosophy? Is Pierre Mondrian an expression of philosophy? You know Mondrian, like the lines with the red and the blue blocks. Is an unmade bed an expression of philosophy? is art the actual art object, or is it the discourse that surrounds it? Interesting conversations. I like talking about art because it's important. It's really important, and here's why. Because if we don't have artists working, visual artists in this what I'm going to say now, our history will be our visual history will be dominated by marketing and advertising. And we're almost there. You know, in 100 years' time, when they look back to this era, are they going to show Tracy Emin's Unmade Bed? Are they going to show Damon Hirst's How to Explain Death in the How to explain death? How to explain consciousness? I can't remember what it's called. It's the shark in the fish tank in formaldehyde. Are they going to look at those? Or are they going to look at Pokemon? Are they going to look at hentai? Are they going to look at McDonald's logos? It's a very interesting one for me because people have, massive assumptions will be made. Art is this, art is that, art is this. And effortlessly, you can get them to 180 turn on that. And you wouldn't get away with that if you were talking about philosophy. Of art, thank you. 4 hours, 40 minutes mega stream. I do appreciate the grift at this time of night. It's 4:30 in the morning. I do love this stream. Alexander says art has lost its relevancy. People crave truth now. Thank you, Alexander, for the 50 knock. Do people crave truth in a world in the Western world anyway, which is being consumed by AI? And is AI necessarily not truth? I mean, you can probably crack one out for an AI image. And if you can do that, I'd suggest there's an element of truth in that image. Does it matter? When it gets to the point where you can't tell the difference between an actual photo and an AI, which is already there, really, does it matter having that on your wall? I mean, a picture, like people have repros, don't they, on their wall? People have copies of Van Gogh's Sunflowers on their wall. That's not true, is it? That's not Van Gogh's painting. That's a print. People's houses have artworks on the wall, prints of artworks, and they still do. You know, when people move into a new pad, especially if it's a new build, furniture, telly, and then people usually say, "Oh, let's get some nice pictures up," and they go out and buy some art, and it's usually attached to their income. You know, if you're a billionaire, you're probably going to see if you can get your hands on a Picasso at an auction or something and pay 30 mil for it. Whereas if you're someone like me, you're going to leave the one that was on the wall when you came here. I don't even know what it is. It's kind of nice. It's impressionist style. It's meant to look like an impressionist painting, but it isn't, because I know how impressionists painted, and the colors are, anyway, I won't go into it because you can't see it. But if we were to be talking about philosophy, and we were to be talking about Descartes, or if we were to be talking about Nietzsche, would people come out with these definitions. Like no, it's this, it means this, it has to have this. Or would they say, I haven't read it, I don't know it, I haven't studied it. But you can talk to anyone about art, and they won't say, I don't know anything about it, I haven't studied it. I'm not saying you have to have studied it, by the way, or with philosophy. I'm not. This isn't a question of having studied, but people will talk about art with no training, no education. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying it's an interesting thing. We've just had that went on for about an hour and a half. Most of the people in this chat have heard of Andy Warhol. The bloke got other people to make screen prints of celebrities. One of the most well-known artists of the 20th century. People pay millions of dollars for screen prints that the artist didn't make. And they know that. It's not like a secret. This didn't get exposed. Warhol had a warehouse called The Factory. He called it The Factory. And he just made some very garish screen prints of Marilyn Monroe and Campbell's Campbell's tin of soup. And people bought it knowing that he probably wasn't even in the room when it got made. He was too busy out on tour with the Velvet Underground. I've been talking to Paul Mumford about all this sort of stuff, talking about the canon. The canon? There's a literary canon, and there's a musical canon, there's an artistic canon, and it's like supposedly a string of historical significant works within the form. But who defines that? Who defines the literary canon, for instance? Who says James Joyce, Thomas Pynchon, David Foster Wallace, Dangerfield? There's an element of consensus, isn't there? Like, one of the most cringe things about growing up in my house was parties in my house, street parties. They weren't always in our house, they'd be in different people's houses. But the art conversation would always come up, always. Most people had gone home, there's a few people left, shit-faced. And I'd hear people go, I think Picasso was just taking the piss out of the art world. And I'd be like about 9 thinking, seems a bit of a long shot. I knew who Picasso was. My old man was into Picasso, so that's a bit of an odd thing for a working class lad anyway. But that's quite the sweeping statement for someone to make. And people do it. People still do it. And I'm not saying they shouldn't. It's not. I don't care about that. It's of no value to me whether they should or shouldn't. It's the fact that they do. There's a German philosopher called Theodor Adorno, much hated by the right, by the way, but it's ridiculous to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Some of the most incredible writings on culture I've ever read. Jewish communist. It doesn't bode well, but I've said this so many times on this channel. If you were to read the culture industry, and this was written 1940s, 1950s, predicted pretty much exactly where we are now with culture and art. And again, we frequently talk about the loss of our culture, the loss of our traditions, the loss of our heritage, our mythologies, all these things. We talk about being taken over, invaded, all these things. And when we've argued about football before, I've said, you know, you give things up like football, you're giving up. When in a culture war, this is the actual mechanics of how others take a nation. Historically, invaders destroyed art and culture. It was one of the first things they done. The invading armies would smash to pieces religious relics, artworks. And why would they do that? Why would they do that? And so in a culture war where we're not battling necessarily an army, but we are battling corporations, we are battling orthodoxies and ideologies. And so I see art as being very important, very significant. And it needs to be thought about. It needs to be considered, like Hans said, when he says as an expression of philosophy. Because for me, it's not about the art. It's not anymore. It was, but for me, the art, the relevance of art is the discourse around it. Because we're in a place at the moment. Francis Fukuyama, his very famous book, The End of History and the Last Man. And in intellectual circles, in cultural circles, we're in that era. We're in the postmodern era. And you can't, modern, I know you've all heard this before, but modern is a ridiculous name to give an era of art. This is modern art. Well, what are we going to do after that? And these are meant to be the intelligentsia. Modern art. It's modern. But in the 1830s, the art they were making was modern. 3,000 years ago, the art they were making was modern. So you've already got this kind of breaking, this cleaving of culture from the people in the middle to early 20th century. And modern art gets, by the right, incidentally, gets just, this is bullshit. It's bullshit. It means nothing. Berkeley likes his nice pastorals. Oh, that's lovely. Look at that. Some rolling hills. That looks nice. And he's allowed to. He's free to. I don't judge him for it. But we can't keep doing that. We can't keep doing that because those pictures are on chocolate boxes now. Constable's Haywain is on chocolate boxes. And if we keep throwing around these huge gestures and suggestions and criterias, this is what it means, this is what it means, it means this. I think we really need to consider those, because if we have really reached the end of history, where we can take art as being anything, where we can take a landscape that we were painting 200 years ago as art with a historical and cultural function, I think we're in a lot of trouble. And a lot of you think we're in a lot of trouble. And these are the actual mechanics of dissembling a nation, of dissembling a people. A culture war, the phrase "the culture war" is such an abstraction. People throw it around left and right. Oh, it's a culture war. In the culture war, But the actual mechanics of it are very subtle and very dangerous. You know, the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union was created, the money and effort that went into artists, get on with that fucking Soviet realism. Get on with those paintings of those strong men and strong women farming. Get on with those paintings of those men and women forging steel and bronze. And you say, you ask, go ask your families, ask your friends, what's the art? What's the art of our times? And they won't know. Not because they're stupid, but because we've had a job done on us. And it should be considered and thought about. Because if we stand any chance, if you look through the history of conquests, as I just said, they're the things that get destroyed. And with them goes tradition, and with them goes history, and with them goes culture. And once those things are taken from a people, what are those people? They're like a shadow people. Steerpike drops another tenner in. He says, one more Pavarotti. One more Pavarotti for the grift. I couldn't even say it. That's weird for me. That word usually slips out of my mouth with ease. One more Pavarotti. I'm not familiar with Pavarotti slang at all. One more Pavarotti for the grift, as I'm feeling generous. Thank you, Steerpike. Very kind. I have done nearly 5 hours. We've got another 8 minutes. If anyone else wants to come on for the last 8 minutes, I'll put the link. Thank you, Steerpike, and thank you for the other ones before that, and thank you for everyone. Hello, Charlie. Hello, Spanish Chicken. Oh, God, I'm miles back. Coming on, Sufist. Suffist. Every time I get it wrong. Oh, of course. Yeah. Oh, it's such a shame when you come on. One day, will you do a stream with me, just me and you? I'd love to talk to you. I want to talk to you about fighting. I really do. Hello, Plastic African. Well, on that note, I will find a piece of music. Think about what I said, though, people. If you want, obviously. Not that one. It's far too laid back. Yeah, I do. I did know that. It's called a tap. We've even got them in Cambodia. Right, there you go, people. 5 hours. It was the absolutely knackered mega stream. It's 20 to 5 in the morning, Sunday. Oh, Lord. The weekend goes so quickly. I'll be in bed half the day tomorrow, and then it'll be Monday again. You know what? As much as I try and remove that blanket of it being Monday, I can't do it. Sunday nights, they program that shit into you from school. Every Sunday night, I'm like, oh, it's Monday tomorrow. And I do have to work on Mondays, so that's not much fun. But I do have to work. I do work over the weekends, but it because I don't really have to. You know, I haven't got staff asking me questions and I haven't got emails to deal with. Well, I have, but they don't expect me to answer on a weekend. But Monday, it's like, right, open the emails. there was about 180 there earlier, so by Monday there'll be about 250. Admittedly, a lot of them I can chuck off or send to staff members. But, you know, it's not just a question of answering them. Some of them are like, have you got that $5,000 you still haven't paid us? You remember that credit account from 2 years ago? All right, Pizzle, I will play Milk. I was going to play something else, but it was cool that you come on, so I will do that. I am fucking shattered. I can't believe I got through it. I really can't. Massive props to Packer, people. You know, he comes in here. He done 4.5 hours, and I think he did yesterday about 3 hours. And as much as I am going to take him and his missus out, you know, his missus obviously said to him tonight, "Oi, you ain't spending all evening on that computer talking to those weirdos." No, pause. Don't start. Don't start yet. Right, we're good. Hang on. Right, we're good. Right, listen, I want to thank Packer again. Amazing. I want to thank all the guests. Especially the latter guests, because that stuff's really important to me. And I don't cut anyone any slack because I respect them, not because I want to dig them out at all, because it's important to me. It's important to our people as well. You might not think that, and that's fine, but I do, so that's fine as well. And I can only talk about what I care about, or heroin. You know, that's where we are for this stream. Glass, I didn't know you were here. You're still on the list, by the way, right at the end. I change it regularly, update it. Can't believe you're going to see Pure Phase Spiritualized live. Wow, that's going to be immense. I sent an email to old Mads Bjerk and told him that they're doing that live. I wonder if he knows. Anyway, I'm going to end with a piece of music by 90s band Household, and it's called Milk, and this is dedicated to Pizzle, who requested it. It's a weird bit of music, but I will certainly play it for you. I'll put your messages on the screen. I'll come back on at the end. But if you do go before I come back on, thanks for coming. Thanks for staying for nearly 5 hours. We had about 100 people for most of that. It's amazing on a Saturday night. It's amazing that, like me, none of you have got anything to do on a Saturday night. Yes, you have. You came here. Here we go. I'll put it on. Let me know if you can't hear it. That's probably easier, isn't it? And this is Milk. Ta-da!
Stand lies, bang bangs about us. Be up, be on good, good to serve now life. But last, the final sweet gland, final surround us, still knee deep and wet, carbon encrusted, mercenary trusted, a fastening vice from Tangier to Metals. A lot longing, forgotten, infested, a bleak solid air between us tested. The alleyway laughs at time and half, Splash, you can't come down now, you wouldn't want to. Spy, secret, immediate, amoeba, hilarious sheen means the sun stops whining. Thatched roofs, the holes of many spiders, smile so wide we look inside her. The need for me. The need for me. The need for me. those pull strings, pulling things to mark time, arbitrary, sublime, weak of random swine. Best leave now, dear bees, above the historical rub, this newfound embalming, new farming gold. This winter shade of hazy off brown knackers me. A girl I once knew nothing, a rupture suggests we better be out, nothing so less than outburst in slow devotion. Slow devotion. As old rock dissolves, a shining example of love, and the need for milk, the need for milk, the need for milk, of chemical shoals that all sure withdrawals, sensitive, get it, flipping, slip you kid, it won't nothing but the need for milk, the need for milk.
What an ending. Since there's still 60 hardcore, we hit the 5 hour mark. Since we have it the 5 hour mark, and since so many people have requested it, it would seem rude not to play Get It Out. This will be the last one though. I've got some work to do. I'm fucking fucked, man. Here we go. This is called Get It Out by 90s band Household. First take. It was a first take as well, which was remarkable, really. I had a bit of a sore throat, though. All that fucking foil.
You came in my dream, kissed me, loved me. Tears of a baby roll down your cheek. Your eyes are wide, so look around. You've loved to give, so get it out. Get it out anytime. Love sits beside me, I feel complete. You came in my dream, kissed me, loved me. Your eyes are wide, so look around. You've loved to give, so get it out. Get it out anytime.
One last tune for the hardcore 47 who are still here. I can't help myself. I rarely play this one. Oh, no. I rarely play this one. I'm going to give it a go, though. It's going to... Oh, we certainly are, Sufis. We certainly are, son. I'm going to play it. It's a bit of a... Well, let's see how it goes. Good Lord, that brings back some memories. Not that I remember them. Listen, bless you all. I am going to do some writing. If you haven't read I Am Bum yet, I lost 7 subscribers. Well, about 9 now. I got a few new ones, though. I've got enough to not make that bother, but it does make me wonder what, like, they've obviously subscribed because they've read other stuff I've written. And it is a bit of an odd bit of writing, I'll give it that. But Dennis, I haven't replied to his comment, but Dennis Menace, he got it actually. Well, there's nothing to get, but it touched me what he said, because he said he actually felt sorry for the bum. And that was, it's ridiculous trying to explain what I was trying to do. So I won't bother. Look after yourselves. Don't forget to tell the people you love that you love them, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for hanging out. I think most of the people here were in here from the beginning. Amazing. Hoit.